match like that happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
برستيجة ما بلعب بول برستيجة من بول برستيجة من بول وفريق يلا اي سبورتس إصابة من فوق على اللاعب مانتا نوك داون
Day 2 of the finals here at the PMPL Arabia Spring Split 2022. My name is Alan Wolf, and I'm joined this time by Imperium on the desk. It's 6 games down, 12 to go, Imperium. How are you feeling coming in now?
I'm feeling pretty good overall. Second day allows an opportunity for the teams who really kicked off the finals in a good way to continue on that trend of the teams that had a little bit more of a struggle bus of a day to maybe pick things back up, find their form, find their flow, and hopefully really climb and fight for the top 3 or the top 2 of the finals. I'm really looking forward to today.
Look, also something to look forward to is in the screen. It's down below. It's the Opera Reno6 series with upgraded performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Opera Reno6 series for designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa Esports 2022. Imperium, we've had, as we said, 1 day down. We've got 2 more days to go of this finals of the PMPL Arabia. And as you can see, it is now the 11th, if you were wondering what the date was. And we've also got the 12th there on the Saturday tomorrow. There is not much time now, Imperium, though, for these teams to get the points on the board.
And it's been a long journey. I actually really like this calendar graphic, Highland Wolf, because it really kind of signifies how many days, how many games, how much of a fight all of these teams have made to get to this point, and it being whittled down to, of course, these 18 games in total across the finals and today's 6 games. It's a really long journey, and I gotta give a lot of credit to all of these players and all these teams. So with 2 more days to go, and the point system is upon us of those classic 15 points for a chicken dinner, that's what every one of these teams are aiming for overall, getting that all-elusive chicken dinner and a really well-placed bunch of points to help them.
Well, we talked about chicken dinners, and there was a spectacular showing go through from our top place team, that being Conqueror Iraq out of the first day, Imperium. 3 chicken dinners secured out of those 6 games.
It was amazing when I had a look back and really kind of got to see how Conqueror Iraq performed coming into the finals. I didn't necessarily have them in my top 3 because of the volatility in their performance sometimes, and I still think that's there, and it could be the reason why they don't finish the finals in first place. But you got to give them credit for closing out 3 of the 6 games today. That's 45 of their total 55 placement points coming from chicken dinners alone. But Rico, they've matched them. They matched them big time.
Yeah.
And even though they've lacked in terms of chicken dinners, they've definitely found a bit more form of consistency across all of these 6 games in day 1.
Yeah, it's going to be the same 6 games. So as we saw in day 1, too, starting off with Erangel, I'm going to have Miramar, Sanhok, then a double round of the same maps later on this evening. It's going to be a long one for these players, and I think the endurance is definitely begun to show as, yes, I think Zute said it correctly, it feels like it's a sprint here for these 18 games, but it's certainly a slightly longer sprint for these players when it comes to the more mental state of things and keeping up that performance, as we said.
I'm really glad you mentioned that, because it is definitely very much about having a good mental stamina coming into these 6 games across the day. You got to be able as a team to perform just as strongly in game 6 as you are in game 1. You got to be able to keep that focus up, to keep up the momentum that you'd show in game one right up until the bitter end. Because there's no point in getting to game 5, game 6 and feeling low on energy as a player, as a team, because that's when it really counts, right? Yeah, okay, you lay the foundations in the early parts of the day in the first 3 to 4 games, but you got to be, in my opinion, you got to be able to end high. You got to be able to end big, because when you look at tomorrow's games, it's going to come down to those final games, in my opinion.
Yeah, it comes down to, I think, every single one of these games for not only, as we said, the top teams, there's also YaLLa, keep in mind, also surfacing up to that 3rd position. But we were looking at the points overall, Imperium, and from YaLLa below, kind of discounting these top 2 teams up, of course, high up on those leaderboards, it is very close in the standings.
Yeah, you can see that kind of top 2 is a little bit more in their own bubble. And like you mentioned, from Falcons below, even in 3rd place, there's only 27 points between 3rd and 8th. It is a bit surprising to see NASR down in 8th, because I put them down as kind of a top 3 team based on how they were performing in across all of the Super Weekends, but they haven't really shown it so far in the finals. Nigma, you were saying to me before broadcast, they have a chicken dinner, but their performances have been extremely volatile in the first 6 games.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they have certainly. Of course, they've secured a massive amount of points in Game 4, which was a very volatile game in itself, going all the way over to the beaches of Milton and Erangel. So it was a very unique game that Nigma won. And I'm looking to see, though, it also can Nigma keep up that performance that we saw in Week 2, in Week 3, though, Imperium, because they were a very consistent team coming in onto these finals, but we're not really seeing that consistency that we saw in the previous weeks, at least on that first day, and we're looking now in that second day to see if they can bring that back. The other surprise, though, on this leaderboard is, I would say, 1Million Esports stepping up into that 7th position too, Imperium.
Yes and no. It is a bit of a surprise, but I talked to Jabal after the league stage, after the last Super Weekend, and I asked him, look, what's your team's mindset coming into the finals? And he literally said, I don't care where we finished, because we're playing for the full split. We're playing to improve. We're playing to gain experience. And I think that kind of healthy mentality is so beneficial, because you're not stuck in the moment. You're not kind of stressed by, oh no, we have to finish in the top 3. All they're looking at is, okay, we'll play every game. If we do well, awesome. If we do great, we don't stress about it. We learn from it. We use this experience to play into the future. So on one hand, yeah, it's a surprise, but on the other, based on their mentality and from talking to Jabal, it's certainly not.
Yeah, and his second page, so I think there needs to be a push on that mental, some sort of confidence booster, because there is a slight lack in terms of points, particularly in some of these teams. I think the biggest surprise coming really here from Rod, from Stalwart, not really having the results. Even KAMIKAZE, we could say from the start here of the tournament, having that surprise. But the biggest, I think, out of all of these really must be DDD Esports, because we were saying at the start of yesterday, Imperium, we're either going to get a DDD Esports that is going to be very consistent in what we saw in Week 2, or it's going to be very hit and miss. In DDD, unfortunately, we are seeing the latter out of that first day of games also.
Yeah, out of the first 6 games they played, they got 1 decent point. So 16 games in 16 points in 1 game meant that, yeah, out of the 25 points they got, 16 of them came from 1 game. I don't think it's much of a surprise when we look at the second half of the standings overall. KAMIKAZE didn't make it through to the final weekend. Stalwart, for the most part, have been on a bit of a downhill trend. I'm actually surprised to see them in 9th and not a little bit lower, to be honest. If I'm going to point out any big surprise in a negative way, it's 963 Egypt. I thought they might be coming into this finals a little bit more stronger, a little bit more well-rounded, and just up for the fight. They ended overall, for the most part, pretty healthily in the Super Weekends. And yeah, okay, it's 45 games, so a lot can happen, and it gives a big scope for things to change. I suppose I expected a bit more from 963.
Yeah, I think 963, they're one of these teams that we've seen a lot of potential coming through on them. The positions were okay, to be said, coming into those second, those third phase zones. It's then coming to the team fight. And I think that small micro play and the ability in the more micro sense of the game has been lacking for 963 more so in these finals. Also, you could say a big surprise coming through from the side of RTG because, yes, we didn't expect maybe as much from them, but they started yesterday with a 216th position finishes. They finished the third game with only 1 point. So it's actually quite surprising that coming from their first half of yesterday, that they got those points at all. And more surprising that RTG, one of these teams when they're on top, Imperium, can be one of the deadliest teams.
No, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to kind of counter that. I'm going to have to be a little bit harsh. And it's not that I don't think RTG aren't capable of performing stronger. I certainly believe they are. But when you come from a super weekend format where you have 3 weeks and you have potentially different teams in each super weekend, there's a lot of variables in play that can help be a benefit and, of course, be a negative to a team. And RTG, credit to them, they got into the finals. But when you have this isolated lobby of what is technically the 16 best teams in PMPL Arabia, every mistake that you make is punished so much more heavily. The teams have come from the break, come from the super weekend, maybe a little bit more prepared, a little bit more aware of what's going on around them, and they're going to challenge, and you got to be able to sink or swim. And I'm just not surprised that at the moment RTG are sinking. I hope that day 2 today, they prove a little bit more, of course. I just don't look at this and go, oh, it's a surprise to see RTG in 16th. More so because somebody has to be last. And considering that they did kind of, finish the super weekend in around kind of 13th to 16th, it's just less of a surprise that they're here after day 1.
Because that's interesting to me, because I remember when we casted the Super Weekends Imperium, you were saying yourself that when they are on form and they have that synergy, and I think that's what's lacking in the camp for RTG, in those 4 players together, they do look quite good in the way in which they play some of these games, but they're not consistent enough at keeping that right mindset, about keeping those right play styles through game to game, and that's what's really bringing them down, I think, for a lot of not only RTG, but those 8 teams on the bottom of the leaderboard. And now coming into day 2, it's about rethinking, redoing the homework as well, and saying, well, actually, what are the changes that we need to make? Because as you said, it is a different lobby, it's a different play style in a way in which these teams may be looking to extra strategies, extra maybe techniques that they're informing in onto the finals.
And that's why I look at a team such as Twisted Minds as a really big example of that. Right now, maybe RTG benefited from Twisted Minds in the Super Weekend trying different things. And then when you come to the finals, Twisted Minds are up there in 4th place. They have a really nice balance of placements and elimination points. And I think that's what's forced teams that are in the bottom half to just not perform as maybe well as they were expecting coming into the finals.
Still, playing path though is going to be more centered towards this western side. A little bit of western love. We never got saw that in the first day for Erangel here, and see how these teams will adapt to it. Slightly easier playing path, we could argue, for likes of YaLLa, for Rico, Infinity Esports up towards that Hospital George Pole side, and a team's going to change slightly here, maybe opting for that more South Island if they were more of these farm multi-side teams, as we can already see Stalwart making that change and going towards that South Island itself.
Easy from 1Million going onto the western side of Military Island, I find extremely interesting. I don't fully agree with it, but I do get the logic and I get the theory behind him having that position locked down. Curious to see if it's going to benefit them coming into this phase 1, and it low-key does. Low-key does. He can hang around this area predominantly off the back of looting a couple of buildings and really hold down the very, very western tip of that military island and have a look towards Ferry Pier and give the rest of his team a little bit of information, providing he has kind of a 6x, 8x scope, because that is enough, a short enough distance to get information on the likes of CONQUEROR Iraq and a couple of other teams.
I also think when it comes to that information, the rotation is potentially what we saw onto Everest, particularly back from YaLLa. Maybe also Dunak opting to change their strategy a little bit, try to go for this more Everest side rather than rotate up towards the bridge because it isn't in play this time. Could be a worthwhile strategy to take into account, considering that maybe teams like Falcons, that of DDD Esports, may wish to come down through the Everest side, considering that it is going to be so far from the other end of the side of Pachinki, and so many of these teams are going to be caught up in that more eastern side. You can see also on your screen there, that was the beautiful prizes that you can take into your pockets. So never mind these teams, by opening PUBG Mobile, go into the esports event center and participating in the event to earn the special items over there.
Twisted Minds, they're going for their usual split drop in around the farm area. A bit of a risk considering the playing path was on the west, but I think they're pretty confident that the likes of 963 isn't really going to put them under too much pressure, as well as the fact that Stalwart looked at to change up their drop spot. Well, not change up their drop spot, but the path line to their drop spot by going onto Military Island that you correctly pointed out, so I've got to give you props for it. They make it over towards that Milta area a little bit unscathed, as Vigors isn't really in any kind of position to take too many shots on towards the members of Stalwart. Good play across the early parts of this game. I like also the RTG. I know it's predominantly probably because of the playing path, but they have opted to clean up a bit of a more solid Roshawk Watertown 2-2 split inside this game one. Knowing that Twisted Minds isn't in the lobby for these finals does make that area a lot easier to control, instead of opting to go more towards Yasnaya and risk having a player picked off against Falcons.
Still, though, they can, I think, have that problem later on because they have rotated over towards this side of Milsa. I wouldn't be surprised, as we said, to avoid this side of Pachinki, to avoid these teams on that wall, as it were, coming into that first phase, because it is still made this zone on towards the South Island. I wouldn't be against the idea of Stalwart, of teams like Twisted Minds, looting up in this side and then just rotating back in onto the South Island. It's still there in phase one, and CONQUEROR, from the way in which they have rotated in previous splits and in previous weekends, with a zone like this, always will continue to move up towards more of that Erangel 2.0 hills, overlooking the side of actually Gatka Fields, rather than trying to stay on against Ferry Pier against that bridge. So the space there would be open, and it wouldn't be as contested, potentially, as this more mainland Erangel side.
That's definitely interesting. Nigma Galaxy, we highlighted how they had a bit of a volatile day in day one. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. Again, there's absolutely no reason why we should in any way be counting this team out. The experience they have, the wherewithal, and the ability to go from zero to hero in a matter of minutes, in a matter of games, is something that every single team in this lobby should be aware of. CONQUEROR Iraq as well. Highland Wolf, the impressive start to the finals, 3 chicken dinners. They're in a good spot in this phase one. They can hold down the North Ferry Pier hillside. They don't want to be too central, in my opinion, because that allows teams from both the west and the east to potentially sandwich them. But I'm confident that CONQUEROR Iraq will know how to deal with it.
I'm also confident in actually not just CONQUEROR Iraq or Rico Infinity Esports putting up a performance, but actually more surprised in a way that Falcons have been putting up that performance. We never really looked at Falcons, I think, as one of the top teams coming in onto these finals. I mentioned them briefly at the start of yesterday when we were talking about teams that could take the first prize, because Falcons have a history of being very strong in competitions here in the Arabian region, but they had begun to fall off. And I think it's this also veteranship of players like Never Alone, of players like Last, who have been here more so with Falcons for more time than the rest of the players, and now can bring in that more veteran style of, we will do it this way, go back to Yasnaya Poliana, like we did in the previous seasons, and then use what we know, use our strengths that we've developed for months now, and bring those strategies into the finals even stronger.
Such a consistent day of performances as well for them. They did bookmark some kind of poor points secured, with game 1 being 5 points and game 6 being 4 points. But in between that, it was a 14, 12, 10, and 20. You can't really ask for anything better when you're talking about the mentality of a team, when you're talking about the momentum and how that can shape the team's communication, the team's confidence. Yes, okay, the best teams, the absolute best teams, should be able to bounce back as a team and not allow the stress to get to their heads. But the idealistic kind of momentum you want is that you have those real healthy foundational games underneath your belt at the start of this short format finals, right, where you have 3 days, 18 games, where on day 1 you can look back as a team, discuss what happened, and despite pointing out elements of your gameplay that you can look to improve, you can kind of stand back and go, yeah guys, we had a good start to these finals, we had some good games, well done. And that puts a smile on the players' faces. You're heading in the right direction.
And I think that also needs to be said, a confidence booster for some of these other teams. We also said that teams that we expected to be on top, like NASR, slightly below that leaderboard, Nigma Galaxy, to an extent, have been very volatile, as we mentioned beforehand. So they do need that slight confidence boost. They need that more ability to have that consistency in their hands coming into day 2, because day 2 is Nigma are making a slightly interesting rotation. We'll actually circumvent here KAMIKAZE and CONQUEROR almost perfectly in getting inside of that very pier. But to go back to my point, it's all about today, really, in terms of the points. Today is where we're going to start to solidify where these teams improve. We'll end up in a leaderboard by the end of day 3.
I definitely think the top 8 at least, or maybe to an extent the top 5. There's still going to be 6 more games tomorrow. It all depends on how you can really use how you performed in the first 2 days to shape how you set yourself up into the final day. The phase 2 has popped up, and it's a pretty disgusting southwestern shift. On one hand, it takes away the military island from the end of this game. But on the other hand, with the amount of water in play, you're more looking at a phase 4 rather than phase 2. The amount of landmass available, considering we have lost 0 players in this game so far, means that we are probably going to have that dam broken a little bit more earlier in this game. There's only so many strong availables in this, strong positions available in this kind of circle, especially with Quarry in play.
I think particularly Quarry going to be a big location here that YaLLa are going to have to defend, but also Primorsk, to be fair. 1Million do have to damn be wary that their location on this map is still fairly centralized, and it's town like they could also be an eye out for some of these teams. Maybe not to try go in onto the city to contest 1Million, but on the outside begin to surround them. And if that zone's just back up away from Primorsk, 1Million, if they haven't defended that properly, are going to have a really hard time getting back out. CONQUEROR, alongside many of these teams, also going to struggle with Nigma, knocking down 1, almost knocked down 2. They find it. There comes the second through from Hamodi.
I don't really get why CONQUEROR disengaged away from that Ferropier hillside, because it's not like you don't have good exit strategy on that Ferropier hillside coming into phase 3, phase 4. Yeah, okay, if phase 3 considers the center, continues the center and the coastline, it's not really a bad thing, but I just don't think they really needed to move, and they paid the price losing at least 1 player.
Still, Nigma continuing through. We'll look to try surpass here CONQUEROR, but if CONQUEROR surpass them, they get all their players bar 1 back. At least are able to now get themselves out. The vehicle burning, but it's enough there with the extra help from Revit to be able to stop Ralph. But Ralph slaps down Gallagher, and that will be the next knock that Nigma are needing. Will it be the push, though, all the way in onto the land that now CONQUEROR have begun to control? It's a long way, and it's going to be a slower approach here taken by Nigma.
I like this aggression from Nigma. There's a lot of risks to taking this engagement if they are going to go aggressively, because it's very possible to get stabbed in the back by the likes of Revolution. But the way they moved in, Hamodi gets a knock, Rio is down. They want this.
Reva Still moving past. CONQUEROR do not want this, so CONQUEROR are out of there as this zone is beginning to close in. The pressure of these teams in behind Nigma. I think that's what CONQUEROR are trying to rely on, is they know that teams going to be coming down behind them, and they're going to use that pressure to get themselves out of there. But Rev just runs in onto Primorskin. Itty slices down CONQUEROR, and a surprising from our first place team coming into the day to go out in 16th position.
It's definitely a bit of a surprise, but when you look at what I've pointed out that we saw on the Super Weekends, that we kind of saw yesterday, the volatility of CONQUEROR, they either have a massively strong game or they have a massively poor game. And they started day 2 in a massively poor spot. As phase 3 pops up, it continues over to the west. Yes, a lot of the water is out of play, Highland Wolf, but that still doesn't make this kind of circle easy. Rico Infinity are up on towards that northwestern coastline. They have a 4-man spread, but I'd recommend they should look to lock down a bit of a core position a little bit tighter.
Ragnarok, NASR finding through one to Stalwart. They will execute them away, and that'll be one elimination given over towards them. But Stalwart's still on the track down. It's a difficult road, though, to lie in because, as you said, the zone's gone so far over to its western side. And realistically, the coastal line is not a bad option here, especially when it comes to being those little fishies inside the water, particularly also 1million. I would like to see the rest of that solo player move back over and try to join up as a free, as they try to take down their coastline themselves. Nigma also wants to twist the minds.
Rokus, how are you still alive, Rokus? Oh, Twisted Minds seem to be running with their tail between their legs inside this phase 3 circle. Twisted Minds, sorry, Nigma Galaxy, should I say, controlling this eastern coastline so effectively, and I worry that they might get stabbed in the back by the likes of Revolution. Revolution yet to really move, and that's allowed them to really cover this area so much more confidently.
Right, also recovering. It just seems to be the state of the game here, Imperium, with recovery after recovery, because these players cannot go through in this zone without suffering at least 1 or 2 knocks against them by an opposition. YaLLa continued pressure here. Now, YaLLa had one of these stronger positions already settled by phase 2, and then looking to try to defend it. Their own small compound to their name, but a hillside is where Rad control.
Rad, I think, are a little bit more at risk of getting stabbed by another team. Inside that kind of more quarry side of the hill that YaLLa control is less likely to be breached by another team. So I look at that and I think, okay, YaLLa are making the right move to not push as aggressively onto the members of Rad for the time being.
I'm surprised as well on the map. There's a lot of these teams, Imperium, pressuring right to the center. This is when I would have argued that in a map like this, a game like this, being on the edge of the zone, being around that quarry side wouldn't be such a bad idea, as unfortunately Stalwart going way too deep in there to that more northern point. Rico either shuts him down.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. NASR being a bit of a prime example. Yeah, okay, they are heading towards a northern high ground of quarry, which, as you said, not only is it on the edge of the circle, but it gives a bit of an elevated position to maybe get information on the teams that are more towards the center. Revolution are doing a little bit the same. It's more, I think it could have been done earlier inside this circle as the next one pops up. It shifts over to the northeast, and I would argue that NASR are too late to this position. They're too late to the party, and it's going to be a little bit harder for them to control this circle.
Potentially a problem here with medical equipment though in their kit, because Miracle is still sat there inside a zone. Maybe a risk for that revive, or healing should I say, strategy inside the blue. Falcons, it won't be a revive though onto that Rico member, as they'll just take down 1 elimination point to themselves. But Revolution, to go back here to the quarry side, had NASR held it, would have been an easier time to defend against Revolution. Instead now, Revolution just can see on the kill feed slapping down Hemco, because NASR, they just were not prepared, and Revolution steal away the quarry strength.
Even though Revolution was still a little bit late to that position, they moved as a full squad, and they're able to use that body advantage to take down NASR. They go down early on as we're left with 13 teams, 45 players. Nigma Galaxy, though, they're going to look to breach in, and it's not going to be easy for Revolution.
Nigma, oh, they know about the third party. Rico Infinity Esports sliced them in Miramar and are looking to take their revenge here on Revolution. They are outside of the zone. They will need to continue moving in, but it's a slightly harder position to control. The difference being, well, Nigma had a long fight. That's why they got third party, but Revolution, they entered into NASR. They took NASR out within about 10 seconds. So now they have the ability to recenter in and control this hillside to stop Nigma crossing around that short valley in separating these two teams.
Lots of vehicles for Nigma to use. I believe they have 4 altogether. They don't necessarily need to breach onto this fight. They could opt to go towards a high ground hill to the north of Primorsk. Yeah, okay, KAMIKAZE has 1 player as an anchor point, and 1 million are close to that position as well. But Nigma have a couple of options in play. I would worry that they're not sending an anchor player a little bit closer to the edge of that circle, or at least within that hillside. We'll have to wait and see, as the big cluster teams are definitely forcing a lot of trouble onto each other on that northern side. Triple D, RTG, 963 and Rad, all very close to each other.
These teams right on this western side, though, it's a much harder position for them. Not as many options given across. Dunak are eventually going to have to move here. So are Falcons, but you can see Falcons just beginning with those smokes to make those revives back through, and they now only have an opportunity to come into the zone. Rico going to be the first one, though, to enter on into this lakeside, and it's RTG of all of these teams to try to fend away these squads coming in for the western flank.
Gonna be tough for Ada. Has to try and use that low ground to his advantage. Nearly does. He does do it. Humam is down.
And now Ida, that was a crucial one indeed. Is Saif. Nade gonna go over to the side and it will miss out. Sidestep. Now the revive back through. Humam, but where is the support from Rico Infinity? There's no one left, and that's the problem. Is either he's all on his own, a 1v4 situation. Rico Infinity Esports, they're good, but I'm not sure he's quite this good. He's going to need more knocks to begin this fight in a more equal footing.
The circle shifts up north, so a potential third party onto Triple D could be in the pipeline, whether it's 963 or possibly RTG. Would of course go against Ida, and that's going to be the case. Safe finishes him off. Good play from Triple D.
And crucial to finish that fight off. The road as well going to be dire in this zone. Phase 5 going to be split into almost 2 pieces. It's going to favor these western teams slightly more, but certainly the hillside, the more higher ground coming out of that quarry is going to still be more relevant for 963 in Revolution. Falcons, so still fighting, just like here Rico Infinity, for some position inside of this zone. As Phase 5 will begin its close in, but Twisted Minds not quick enough to the draw and will fall first before them.
Nigma Galaxy are playing this game to absolute perfection. Every single thing that I'm looking at them, that I'm suggesting that they do, or in my mind I'm thinking they could do this, they're doing it. Yeah, okay, the timings might not be perfectly there. That's not the easiest to pull off. Lucky drop item, the Q&A event. Head on over to the live chat on the eSports MENA Facebook and YouTube page. Answer a couple of questions and get in with a chance to win a couple of prizes.
Permanent rewards there up for grabs, and also up for grabs here a position for Falcons if they can just secure their position past Rad. They've got now one onto Munir. Kill feed also lighting up here as Triple D take one, confirm away Munir, and Falcons lost out at least on 1 kill. But it's this third party that's going to help Falcons regardless to get over the top of this ridge, and Del Happens waiting though on the other end. Finally the only one remaining. I'm not sure Del Hap wants to be in this position anymore as Falcons a full squad. Cautious approach to come over the top, knowing that there are more than just this team in front.
Is that 3 teams inside that compound on the southwestern edge of the circle, or just... Yes, it is now 3. You've got KAMIKAZE, you've got YaLLa, you've got Nigma Galaxy. I don't think this is going to hold on. The dam is going to have to break as Dunak, they go down. We're down to 9 teams. Very interesting nade being thrown out. YaLLa, they need to get rid of KAMIKAZE as quickly as possible.
Oh, but KAMIKAZE then not leaving anytime soon. YaLLa They're not pressuring them hard enough to force their eviction. And KAMIKAZE, they are going to sit quiet in on this next phase to see where it goes next. YaLLa, both of these teams not willing to make the move, waiting on this next phase shift as Rad finally go out, but it goes all the way up to the road, and again, that road is going to be a problem. But for a 9-6-3 in Revolution, a gift out of the bag of tricks that is being played on all of these 16 teams.
PUBG Mobile Gods have answered the call for Revolution in 9-6-3. It's going to be a little bit harder for 9-6-3 as they don't have as much hard cover, whereas Revolution have a good few buildings to use to provide the hard cover and to play from on that southeastern edge of the circle. Triple D still up as a full-man squad, while KAMIKAZE starting to make the push onto YaLLa.
KAMIKAZE, they know they have to move, but they've already lost as is. And now Kanti goes in, trying through the fire, through the smoke. He finds it, he gets one. Kanti slices down the third party. Yes, maybe enough here as YaLLa, they're falling apart. Kanti drops so, and often goes for the revive in the middle of the fight. They are waiting to try bring up two players as the blue zone is right behind them, and KAMIKAZE is a brave decision here as Nigma also here behind YaLLa. Ragnar stepping out. They can't revive as is, and off-ban, all of that time has been wasted. Now as he tries to step through, maybe Nigma may save him in this situation, but it's gotta be if KAMIKAZE can survive.
I feel sorry for KAMIKAZE. They got third party from Revolution and it made the initial engagement so much more difficult. I get why YaLLa were a little bit hesitant to really push as a full squad onto KAMIKAZE because of Enigma watching their backs.
And it's KAMIKAZE though that falls out first. YaLLa are able to outlive them away from the solo, but they're not out of the woods yet as they come into more of the fields. The smokes are going to have to be utilized. The zone is coming in phase 6. Oh, it hurts. Hopen feels it. And he's down, taken out by the blue. And Nigma Galaxy steal away the elimination point. Freak also going to suffer though. The moment they leave the door, also welcomed by the death waiting hands of Revolution. Lord, now on the next to the chopping block is Triple D. The only answer that he can try to make, but Yama shuts him down, but YaLLa first to fall out of the two.
Nigma Galaxy have been able to get a player into that western edge of the circle. I said Triple D could use the full team advantage that they have, that it was always going to be a little bit trickier for 9-6-3. That's exactly what we are witnessing. Yes, Triple D lost a player, but they are applying a hell of a lot of pressure with the help from Revolution onto 9-6-3.
And it's these three teams, like Revolution, 12 eliminations, that need these points, and they just slice it up even more to 15. The three-piece for Al-Hahe through the nade opens the doorway for the zone. Revolution's game to win, and it's Triple D who are next on the menu. Yamaz is dropped, Geif is dispatched off, and it's Revolution who are making a revolution in this day 2, the first game of it. One more move from Ramodi, trying to move around Revolution. They're chasing him down, but chasing him into the blue. They're going for the 1v1. Rex wants it as he searches, looks for Ramodi, finds them, but now has to move around the other side as Ramodi diverts behind. Rex finding, searching Imperium. They've almost found a QHT. He's got nowhere to go. QHT shut the door on the other side. So Modi goes back upstairs. He's not out yet, Imperium. He's still surviving. He's got one more molly to his name. He's inside the zone. But now the full side of Revolution don't even lose a player. Rex keeps themselves alive, 1 HP. QHT, how is he alive? Finally, Hamodi has been surrounded. He's still not dead. Finally, they get him. Is Revolution go in for the beat up and they smash Nigma down.
Such a good performance overall from Revolution and Nigma Galaxy. Chicken dinner from Revolution. They played so well on that eastern side. Yes, like I mentioned, they were a little bit late to that kind of quarry hillside that I highlighted on kind of phase 3, but they moved there as a full squad. It allowed them to get the better of NASR. Nigma opted not to push on towards that position, and it ended up benefiting both teams coming into the later stages of the game. And as we saw, the circle shifted away from that western coastal line, and in Revolution, they reap the rewards, and they reap them massively.
Look, they massively had a great game here coming through in the first game. What was that now? 18 kills here, looking at roughly the amount they were able to
like
get
that, yeah.
And then also that chicken dinner on top. 19 on top of Famodi by the end. It's such a statement for Revolution to get back on board to these higher up positions on the leaderboard. And for Revolution, out of any of those teams, I wouldn't be surprised to say Revolution being one of them, because we actually saw them do similar a game like this yesterday, but not to this extent.
I would argue this is one of the biggest point scoring games from an individual team across the whole of PMPL Arabia. I don't know if it is the highest point scoring game, but it's definitely up there. And they ended yesterday's games with a total of 21 points. They've scored 13 more points than their total in one game today. A massive turnaround from Revolution. But you could argue something similar from Nigma Galaxy. We talked about their volatility when they're starting day 2 in a much better spot, followed by Triple D as well. 12th place coming into this game, 18 points in game 1. Had to really be positive, and even 963 as well. 8 points in this first game of the day.
963, unfortunately not getting any eliminations to boost their placement points, but to get 4th in a game like that, where that zone was so disgusting, is so much an impressive being there through from 963. Rico, unfortunately, bringing up the rear of his second page, it is going to be them only on 3 points, 1 million further down. And the main part of this leaderboard looking like this is so interesting is a lot of those teams, as we were saying, are at the top without many points on this first game. The teams that got the points, so Imperium, are the ones that need the points lower down on this leaderboard. So what this is doing is now actually balancing out the leaderboard overall, more so going into game 2 and setting up potentially a world in which some of these lower teams can also challenge for the top.
Exactly. It's just compounding the top 8. It's just making things so much tighter coming into game number 2 of the day. If Falcons had scored a few more points, it would have been a bigger benefit to them in the fight to get into the top 2, because CONQUEROR, they got 0 points, and Rico, I believe they got themselves 3 points, but unfortunately Falcons only got 5 points, so it wasn't really kind of enough of a plus, right? It wasn't really enough of a benefit. YaLLa did make headways. They got themselves 10 points in this game 1, so not only should that see them go either on equal points or ahead of Falcons, but again, it's 10 more points in the catch-up to CONQUEROR and Rico.
Look, we've still got another 11 games to go here in Imperium to catch up. It could be a reality here. Another few games like that for CONQUEROR, for Rico Infinity. There is a place where they do get overtaken. They didn't have that greater push when it came to more than just about 20 points above that 3rd position. That game certainly closes that gap. But to say about more of these other teams, I think also, as you said, it tightens up a leaderboard more so. So when we're looking towards Miramar now, the pressure that is put higher now on teams not like Rico and CONQUEROR who have used their buffer, but for those like Falcons or YaLLa, coming now out of this match, as we take a look at the best oppo moments, they're gonna feel that pressure a lot higher coming into the future matches.
Yeah, they really are, and it's just about how they're going to be able to deal with that. And again, it's why we always highlight the mentality and the psychology around playing any kind of game competitively as we look at the oppo moments of this game 1. Stalwart UAE got a couple of shots off, never alone, taking a couple of bites onto the members of Rico Infinity in the early parts of this game, and that left Rico a little bit of a harder job to deal with this northern side and the likes of Triple D.
Although this zone really was a big factor, I think, for those Western teams, and I've said about it, the problem in the game was if you go so far into the Western side Imperial, the problem is that the zone hasn't established itself in which way it's going to go, and also you are losing members trying so desperately to go so far in onto the zone. So in a situation like this, where our region and the Arabian region itself loves to be central, it was all a bait in this type of zone where you go so central into the zone, it's just hard away, and all of those teams were punished for not staying on the edge of the zone and waiting for the outcome later in the game.
Exactly, and that's why I really gave a little bit of a harsh criticism to CONQUEROR, right? And yeah, okay, they didn't rotate to a central position in phase 2, but they also didn't need to rotate at all away from that Fairpier hillside, and they got punished massively for that.
Look, if they have learned anything, it's maybe it's time to adopt some of the strategies from the other regions. Imperium, that is about scouting. Is I think Revolution benefited usually off of that game being, of course, their win, but they all came off of NASR, and that's what we said when it was because they're able to have that slower, more tactical approach in onto the zone. But to see if they can keep it up on Miramar, we'll be checking it out after a short ad break, and we'll see you guys there. We're back here, and for what is down for the second day of the PMPL Arabia Spring Split, my name YaLLa Wolf, also Imperium, joining us for the rest of our 5 games today. Also, vote, bring all of the action is our streaming platform partner, Nemo TV, bringing day by day glory, which is all of this beautiful stuff on your screen, including us too, Imperium. We are included in that glory, but if you want to also get involved, yes, you involved in the shout about which team is going to be on top, you can jump in onto social media and join in on the conversation using the hashtag PMPL over YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and also TikTok as well, and give us your own thoughts about who is going to win and who is your favorite coming in onto these finals.
More importantly, around the social media as well, let the teams know how they're getting on in a positive way, of course, because I know for a fact it can be a big part, a big component of teams' mentality, and if they know they have the support of the fans, the support of the viewers, and that can really go an extra mile in them performing, getting better, and improving as we look at the overall rankings.
The overall rankings still going to be Rico in on top because CONQUEROR, of course, did go down in that 16th position. But Nigma Galaxy sealing away that 3rd position, Imperium, now with 73 points. And as we suspected, that leaderboard being very close-knit between that 3rd and towards that 7th place team. A slight drop-off there to Triple D, who also, alongside Revolution, now joining that top 8.
Damn, Daniel, that is probably going to be a trend if we see other teams now who are now down in the bottom half, the likes of NASR, 1 million Stalwart, if they get a good game in today's games, and they will probably kind of shoot up into the top 8. That's the name of the game, but it's really nice to see that kind of 2 out of the 3 that I predicted coming into the finals to be up there is the case. I'm less surprised that CONQUEROR are in that battle. And it is starting to get closer now. Only 20 points dividing CONQUEROR and Nigma Galaxy. The chase is on as Team Falcons hold on to 4th. It's just a healthy balance, in my opinion, between elimination points and placement points for pretty much all of these top 5 teams. What's really hurting Twisted Minds, and I never thought I would say this so much when we saw how they were playing at the start of PMPL Arabia, is Twisted Minds and their lack of elimination points, 20 compared to 40 placements. That's hurting them. It really is.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a change in strategy with Twisted Minds. You can see it in the way in which they try to play more for a position early on, where I think they should go back, as you say, to what they were so good at, which was getting those team fights, getting those elimination points, because it is hurting them down on that first page. But to the second page, it hurts a little bit more. As you said, 1 million NASR now knocked down into 9th and 10th position. And still a lot of the other of these teams to get off the chopping block when it comes to getting those points too.
It's really not going to be hard. Like we said, all it's going to take is that one game for the likes of KAMIKAZE, 963, Dunak, right? They're only KAMIKAZE are only 15 points behind 1 million in 9th place, and they're down in 15th. So that really is nothing to be sniffed at. The thing is, it's about that trend, right? You got to kind of book the trend if you've been performing badly. If you're down in 15th with 27 points in what is now 7 games, that's not really a good average to look at. I believe that's less than or just over 4 points per game. Yeah, less than 4 points per game. So yeah, you need to book that trend. You need to turn it around. You can't let that continue, because if it goes on a downhill trend, it's obviously coming into tomorrow, and like you alluded to, going to make things a lot harder, and we might see more of a solidified top 4, top 8, and yeah, there's just going to be kind of less to fight for the bottom teams, and I don't really want that to be the case.
Yeah, I want, as well as same as you, to see these teams fight, and we don't know who's going to win to that very last match. I want to see multiple teams up there, and it is beginning to look like that a little bit more. after our first match. And this second match going on to Miramar, it's getting a little bit spicier still, with this plane path going to be going down towards the south side more so. And a similar plane path to what we saw yesterday in actually Game 5, where these teams, they're going to take a little bit longer to get towards where that western side is, more of where these cities, where they love to drop initially, because that isn't as much of an option. And therefore, I suspect, Imperium, we will see more of that line around Picardo's side towards Monte Nuevo, slightly more clustered with these squads.
Nothing really out of the ordinary for the time being in terms of teams dropping down. I really don't want to see NASR lose a player early on a bit of a split drop around Los Leones area. Obviously, Stalwart UAE going to take advantage of that Porter Preso area being so close, and they're going to drop there as a full squad. That's definitely good to see. Falcons up in the north are probably going to have a bit of a fight into this circle, as it is going to be pretty heavily down south. At least it does complement the playing path. But I'm looking at this phase one, I'm going, we could see a Los Leones finish, right? Because even on phase 2, phase 3, if it continues to shave up north, Los Leones is still going to be most likely in the center of the circle.
I'm not against this. If there was ever a finals with a Highland Wolf in it here, Imperium, there had to also be a Los Leones zone. It's going to come here, at least in Game 2, potentially. Center, slap bang in the middle. But the pressure as well, I think, on those teams in Los Leones is slightly greater, because these teams like Revolution, NASR, also Dunak, they all eventually by phase 2 Imperium begin to rotate out of Los Leones for the most part. Revolution being the more last team to make that rotation, always kind of going up more towards the northern end if it is a zone in that more sense. But this time, it's about can they redefend their own location that they start off in.
Nigma Galaxy going to go around the Valdemar area, so we're going for a little bit of a further path line into their drop spot. It's not going to be too hard for them to enter this circle on that south side because of where phase 1 has ended up being. We see 3 teams in Los Leones right now. Highland Wolf, there is Revolution, there is NASR, and there is Dunak, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, Los Leones can hold 3 teams, but that does mean that there's a couple more risks in play on a team getting caught off guard, a player losing, and a player going down, should I say. And yeah, it does worry me, especially when it comes to maybe disengaging away from the city too late and having too many teams surround you.
So, going to be these teams, I think, as we said, not going even as far, though, as Picardo, really, towards that Montenegro side, coming back more towards that zone later on. They are beginning their looting phase, as we expected, about that line, as far as Rico Infinity Esports do have the end there, too. But I think it's because these teams, they are going so far out, but the problem is going to be coming back in, Imperium. They're going to have to re-fight their way through all of these teams that they've now just ignored, going so far away from this first phase.
The one thing that, on a side note, I'm saying it now because it's really heavily popped into my mind. One thing that we do need to think about as well when we're looking at the overall standings, and I mentioned how there's going to be technically less to fight for. There is going to be regional finals that these teams are going to go into. We don't know yet how many teams will qualify for the regional finals, involving obviously other regions like we saw throughout the 2021 esports year. But there is positions available from this PMPL finals. So it is something that the teams need to consider, that they might not be fighting for the top 3. They might not be fighting for the top spot, but they could easily be fighting for a regional final spot off the back of the PMPL Arabia Spring Split.
Yeah, if we're going off of last year, it would be about a top 5, top 6. It's got to, as we say, see how many teams do go through from each region, but it tends to be slightly more so from the Arabian side region from previous events, as we can say. But it is still that prize pool that is going to be the ultimate goal that these teams are fighting for, about $10,000. Still for first place, up the grabs of whoever can get it.
Now trying to think and speculate on what could be the case, because with PMPL Arabia, remember spring split and fall split, the teams actually qualified into different regional finals, right?
Yeah.
In this, it was with kind of European, CS, and Turkey teams, and in the fall split, it was with South Asian teams. Based on the fall split, it could be with South Asian teams, but this year there's a specific PMPL Africa, right? So you got to consider that factor. So it might be less than 5 teams. But anyway, I'm getting too far away from the table. Things are starting to rotate in towards this phase 1 off the back of the blue zone. You have YaLLa, they went to Picado, they have an easy exit point. Dunak still have a couple of players inside Los Leones and a couple of teams up north, a little bit similar with NASR and Revolution. They have less to worry about because they landed on the southwestern edge of Los Leones, and there's nearly always a little bit more space around the southern side of Los Leones in comparison to the north.
Teams finally beginning also to make their path down towards Los Leones. I don't expect too many of these teams to go, of course, into Los Leones. I think, as we always say, going into the city, phase 1, phase 2 is very harsh. If it does go shift away, it can still be a possibility there. To go elsewhere, even down towards that more south side, is also always a chance that the zone could go there in phase 2. And as a result, teams like YaLLa, teams like Triple D are slowly rotating down towards the outer edges of Los Leones itself. CONQUEROR also finding here at 963 as they make their own rotation too, as we said, back through these teams and through a graveyard.
I don't really understand 963's rotation in this phase 1. I don't think they needed to go onto the western side of La Bedita. They could have rotated a little bit on towards the eastern hillside, maybe have a couple of players on the compound to the east of La Bedita in the flat field, and then just have one player scouting on the high ground. Yeah, okay, they have rotated as a full squad, but I would say that they're a little bit lucky that CONQUEROR aren't really set up in a position to take that fight, and they've been able to get away without being punished. But I don't fully understand 963's rotation in this phase 1.
I think what they're going for here, Imperium, is more based off the homework that they've been doing. So CONQUEROR do tend to go for a slightly more split drop over Minas Generales, beginning so around also Graveyard. So doing it in phase 1, it's a possibility that they could get away. I agree, it's extremely risky. CONQUEROR could have also come together, but it works out. And that being, as you said, towards the eastern side, that coastal line, there's been a lot of these teams, particularly Game 2, Game 5 yesterday, where the zones were based more of that northern side, checking out a replay as well through Rico and their RTG. But those teams on this eastern side are more congested than on the west. So 963 potentially trying to go on the quieter side, even though there may also be less options later on in this game.
Phase 1 about to come into phase 2. Twisted Mind still inside the blue zone. Rico and Finny still inside the blue zone. Falcons, for the most part, still inside the blue zone, but a couple of players much closer to the edge of the circle. While Nigma Galaxy also still in the blue zone. I'm a little bit... I'm not surprised, but I expected Nigma Galaxy to go for maybe a little bit of an earlier rotation into his phase 1 circle based on where they went. I'm just not surprised because it did take them a little bit longer to even get into Valdemar from that plane path as phase 2 does go up. It does shift up towards the northeast, a little bit more northeast than I expected. So Los Leones, of course, still in the center of the circle, but it's a bit more to the western edge than I expected.
Still, though, it's a better shift. It keeps all of the more the landmass in side of this phase 2, so welcome surprise for these players. But I do agree. I think that here, the more eastern side, we were saying it's going to be more congested already by these teams, and it's very stark, the difference coming out of Los Leones, where NASR, and I believe that's KAMIKAZE, are further in that point, Imperium, it's all very flat and very open for these teams. So if it continues to shift towards this eastern side, there's going to be a lot of difficulties on teams making those later rotations.
And look at 963. Yeah, okay, they're reacting to the circle shifting over to the east, but so many needless risks being taken because, in my opinion, if you commit to a position inside one circle, especially as early as phase 1, yes, you can't exit around, but you've got to adapt and go, okay, well, I went on that western side of La Medina. I should be looking to hold down that western side. I should be looking to play in a little bit more slowly, whereas going for a bit of a wild rotation gets it very quickly based off the circle shifting, but you still gotta know because of that playing path. And as you correctly pointed out, there's a multitude of teams already solidified on that eastern side of La Medina. So some really weird decisions being made from 963. They're surviving as a full squad, but yeah, in a more competitive setting, I suppose, I look at this as being a very punishable risk.
Yeah, I think for sure. If we were in the likes of the PMGC level, 963 would already be out of this game, Imperium. It wouldn't be existing past this point and allowed to get as far as this inside of the zone. Now, Triple D as well, defending their position to where 963 are positioned just towards the more western side of Impala. They will eliminate down one of the Falcons' crew. So Falcons also down to 3.
It's a good spread by Triple D. Great defensive layout. Allows them to hold multiple angles. And they're really not that far away from each other. I don't mind that with Falcons losing a player because I think it was that kind of scout player. And that's okay. Sometimes that can be the case. It can be okay to lose a player early on in this game, just like CONQUEROR have done as they're surrounded by both Dunak and NASR Esports. NASR have less of a spread, whereas Dunak really hold on to a beautiful 3-1 split on that northern high ground of Los Leones.
But we're still going to have to try and navigate away from here if the zone does continue towards the more western side. There's going to be a lot of these teams like Rico Infinity, like 1 also going to be continuing potentially to rotate down. It all depends here where this phase 3 is going to shift, Imperium.
I'm excited to see where this phase 3 goes. Is it going to be once again towards Los Leones? That is the case. Again, it continues to go more towards the west. I don't like the fact that Revolution are still inside the city. I would fear for their lives because you have now KAMIKAZE, you have NASR, you have Dunak. There's a lot of exit points of Los Leones that are technically blocked off. And yeah, okay, they were able to deal with their position quite well inside game number 1 of today, but I think this is going to be a lot harder this time around.
I would actually argue for some of these teams on the western side, they getting into Los Leones may now be an option coming into phase 3. Now, yes, it may draw you in to an unrotatable position later on, but to go in as far as that eastern side where we said it's going to be so flat, we said it's going to be so full of these players, is maybe slightly more risky going in just for the survival side of things in phase 3, phase 4, and hoping that the zone shifts back to you is not a strategy out of the books just at this point.
Yeah, I really love that you bring that point up, Highland Wolf. It's definitely more short-term success, long-term failure if the circles continue to shift away from Los Leones. But I definitely see where you're coming from if you have been a little bit late to the party on that western side. Brad putting a bit of pressure onto both Falcons and to an extent even Triple D up on that western side of the circle. I love how Triple D, though, for the most part, have been reacting to these circle shifts, still holding onto a bit of a split, but also not afraid to just adjust to these circles just a little bit and enough that they're pushing teams back around them. Really nice job, Triple D.
Dunak as well on this more western edge. They caught out YaLLa, who are trying to do justice, beginning to move in onto the city, but they taking, I think, a more slightly safer approach here, YaLLa. Just outside of the city, not really worrying too much about going deep on into it. Still the option to rotate back out. They almost catch out life, but he does get back indoors under, or should I say back towards that cliffside with the rest of his help from the rest of the team. Indoors, though, YaLLa still a little bit stuck here. And I think for YaLLa, they need to really find a knock, because as long as Dunak are in his position, as long as Dunak have that high heals and don't suffer the knocks themselves, YaLLa can really rotate nowhere.
I couldn't have said that better myself. I would have preferred to see them rotate in towards the more deeper center part of Los Leones. to be frankly honest. Rico and Finini are looking to engage on towards the members of 1 million up on the very northern edge of the circle. 1 million had a bit of a weird, okay, not a weird, but a risky 2-2 split in this kind of circle. Was going to split their focus a bit too much, and they kind of paid the price. 963 have reacted pretty well despite my early criticism in the first couple of phases. Now circle shifts over to the west. That I was not expecting. Los Leones does become a more viable place to rotate to.
Now is the time, I would say, is definitely you. If you are Twisted Minds, if you are Nigma Galaxy, you get into Los Leones because that's your best bet. Trying to navigate through that more western entrance, it's not going to happen. It's a nice idea, but this late into the game is not a feasible idea that can be pulled off successfully. 963, for all the risky rotations, they're now punishing the rotations out of RTG, and that's going to be the second elimination. Is Karam also falls and bites the bullet.
The biggest thing that has really benefited 963 is how quick at least they've reacted to every single one of these circles. So credit where it's due. Triple D will be able to get ahead of them. Messi for 963 is on the anchor point position in the eastern edge of the circle, so that is something that the rest of the team can use to their advantage. 1 million have joined and banded up together as a 3-person team. RTG are down 15 teams, 52 players left alive.
I hate to see it, RTG. I wanted to see them try perform a little bit better. As we said, we want these teams to try and perform at their best. RTG can have to come back in onto the next game later to try redeem themselves. 963 though, very, very risky in through all of these teams, and this is not the time to crash your vehicles. Actually, almost over the top. 1 million. Oh, it was so good, and it was so free to take that elimination through. Is now having to resort back down to the smokes, but they have nowhere to go.
Yeah, there's absolutely nowhere to go. I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't just full send it on the road. I know it's a bit of a more of an open position, but full send onto the road to try and get into the same building as Messi does have held down. So maybe a bit of a panic play from the rest of the members in 963. The blue zone is closing in. The likes of YaLLa have a good spot. They've been able to avoid Dunak on towards that northern high ground. KONQUEROR as well, looking very good on the high ground.
KONQUEROR have a fantastic position straight in the center of this zone that is closing in once more to phase 5, and that's where it's going to begin to pick up the pace, because it's not these teams that I'm worried about. It's teams still like Triple D, teams still like here Falcons, Stalwart UAE, all of these little members here and there on the eastern side who are so late to this party. How are they going to navigate their position in? Maybe, yes, a slight bit of luck here in terms of players focusing more Los Leones by phase 4, but it's still going to be tricky to navigate a position they're further in.
You were right about Nigma Galaxy. They did full send it into Los Leones, right in between Twisted Minds and Revolution, and they've low-key benefited for it. Of course, we did see Twisted Minds get a knock into one of the Revolution players, so that will suppress them a little bit more as we move into this next circle shifting. NASR do have a big 2-2 split. That worries me, but I do have a couple of angles to play with on this phase 5. It's going to shift away from Los Leones, up and towards northeast. KONQUEROR Iraq couldn't be in a better spot right now. All they have to do is look towards Los Leones and pick them off one by one by one.
The only issue, though, Imperium, is everyone's also looking on to KONQUEROR Iraq, so it depends, are the fights now going to happen inside Los Leones between Nigma, between Revolution, or are these teams going to begin to try snipe off one knock into one elimination or two here at KONQUEROR Iraq, and then from there, their position not as strong to hold?
I think NASR banding together a little bit closer as a 2-2 is very healthy based on this phase 5 shift. It will allow them to control the southern side a little bit more confidently and once again create that wall against the teams that are inside that Los Leones area. Nigma Galaxy, Revolution, even Twisted Minds are going to have less opportunities to fight in towards the edge of the circle. Dunak will have to start to make a move away from the high ground up on the northern side of this circle.
Dunak as well, making their move slowly in. They're going to be the next ones potentially here to live or go down. There's a big one full send it push in onto the face of the Conqueror. Life barely survives by the edge of his teeth, but a Reef isn't so lucky. Life finally picked apart, but it's in the hands there of YaLLa. And as these third parties, it's a problem for Dunak, and it's a problem that is going to shut them down and eliminate them out of this game.
They should have waited until the very last second to make that kind of rotation into the edge of the circle. They had plenty of time. They had plenty of information. Rico Infinity just third-partied them as well on the sidelines to get a knock. Yeah, okay, they're still alive, but I think timing is going to be more important in that kind of rotation at this stage of the game. CONQUEROR doing what I thought they would do as they take down Rico Infinity.
SK Ton, they really needed them to have a position solidify in onto the zone, but to all extent for Dunak here, they at least get that position further up, and because they do survive, now they have some form of strength, albeit very slim, against these other teams also trying to do the same strategy, but they're still not inside the zone. That is a crucial part of their position. They still need to make it further, and when you look also at teams like YaLLa taking up these positions, they're running out of these spaces as YaLLa do solidify at least some form of position beside CONQUEROR.
YaLLa's time was a lot better playing into the western edge of the circle. They made it to the side of the mountain. However, as we look at the next circle, it has shifted over to the eastern side. CONQUEROR, YaLLa, Dunak, Revolution, they're all going to have to fight in from that West. Rico Infinity, they may have lost 2 players, but they do have the edge of the circle in their sights.
I would love 1 million as well with this next circle shift, just to go straight on in there a little bit more aggressive, see if they can find a position, because if they can solidify a position over here, NASR Hassan trying to also do the same against Rico Infinity Esports doing the same, it's all down to who controls that more other end of the zone as YaLLa, CONQUEROR do dispatch them out, and YaLLa find themselves eliminated in 10th.
I think NASR has the southern roadside control locked down in my eyes. Hassan on that northern side of the road. The other 3 players a little bit more on the high ground. There's only a couple of scragglers that are really going to put them under a heavy amount of pressure. Humam from Triple D, Desha from Brad, Vigors from Twisted Minds, and Freak from Nigma Galaxy. That's really not going to be hard for them to deal with.
As well, I saw on your screen there the opportunity to win some prizes to Imperium. Yes, you at home can too. If you go to the official NASR Esports channel on Facebook and YouTube and you input the correct answer during the break later on, you can get a chance to win some permanent rewards too. Is Twisted Minds. You're looking for a reward here to jump down and finds a free one, finds a second one. Can they get it? No, he cannot. They found him, but he at least confirms 1 elimination. Miracle dips right back under, but it's to the extent of Triple D, and he 360 no scopes, but can't find it.
Oh my god, I said it was going to be relatively easy for NASR, and Vigor says, no. You think it's going to be that easy for them? No way, Jose. NASR failed to watch their backs as heavily as I thought they would.
They just looked like they got picked apart by Vigors, but at least they had 2 members inside of the zone, 2 Imperium, so they keep themselves in some form of great spots. Coming in onto phase 6 is... it will begin to close further forward. Rico Infinity was also surprised they didn't move a little bit harder towards that airdrop to where the other side of that zone has gone to, and still staying on the edge because they actually had a member over there, and I love it too. I think this is the first time in Imperium I've actually seen someone carry someone into safety in PUBG since the feature came out.
But the carry is still going to have to come through. Oh no, I thought Nigma Galaxy were going to look to punish NASR, but luckily for them, CONQUEROR is going to be there to save their asses as they do survive as a 2-person team. However, being whittled down to 2 players makes it a lot harder for NASR to push in towards the southern edge of the circle. I don't think they even really have a clean entry point. I think they have to wrap around either to the west or to the east and face up against either 1 million or CONQUEROR. They're going to choose to go on the eastern path. That's a good call.
It would have been 1-0 had they not carried Imperium, one of their dead or not players, through onto the other side of the zone away from the blue. So these small things matter, and I'm glad to see NASR take advantage of these newer features. Conqueror Iraq, still though fighting versus Rico Infinity Esports, and 1million, lovely nade, but it's going to miss. Goes slightly over the head here of 1million Esports, and Mort survives to see another part of this game.
Because of how harsh these rocky terrains are, where you're not able to have a more curvaceous look down on towards the side of the hill, you really need to commit. And that's where team confidence comes into play. I thought NASR might have looked to have pushed more heavily onto 1million, but then again, that can hurt them. You do have to be aware of Conqueror Rack as well.
Oh my days, he's gone down, he finds it, Callaghan, a 2-swipe over Rico Infinity Esports. Does exactly what Figures does, but better. And that's the type of moves you need here, Imperium. Callaghan, they've got also Rever on the other side, and Hassani's trying his best to go in on the other front, but he's got 3 angry Conqueror Rack members beside him, and the zone behind him, and there's nowhere to go.
I don't get what Hassan was doing there. Why not push as a duo? Miracle isn't even in a super comfortable spot to provide that support. Phase 7, it's not the way to go.
Still, you've at least got Miracle alive, but you gotta think, was that a desperation move through from NASR Esports? Maybe it just was. Phase 8 now beginning to close in, and 1million still alive. We've not decided. Here are second and third position. Zakaria Murd survive into phase 8, but Miracle swipes down an 8. Will it land? No, it will not on anyone.
Alaga has done a hell of a job for his team, and 1million not really pushing on the side of the rock for the time being.
Those nades were getting so close, some of them to moved, but he's right against the edge of that rock side. And as a result, has the position, has the information. Phase 8 goes down in towards the hands here of Conqueror once more. Rever, that man inside of the zone, really the only one here, is the rest of Conqueror Rack look to punish out 1million. The moment they move is phase 8 in 5 seconds begins to become the problem for them.
Look at this as being between 1million and Conqueror Rack. The only thing that's saving Miracle is the fact that he's on kind of the high ground, and he's blocked from really being massively third-party, as well as being close to the edge of the circle.
They must have over with someone's there. You can see the smoke. You can see Callaghan trying to fire for it. Won't hit anyone. Miracle does sidestep the smoke. And I like that move, not staying inside of the smoke. Oftentimes players do stand inside of the smoke, get caught out because of it. Looking for Callaghan as he tick down. Maybe finds it, steps back up, finds Callaghan, goes straight back down. I like it. Not going for the first. Yes, give us a play zone, but looking for the next one over onto Rever. Miracle searching for it. Does he get it? Yes, he does. Perfect. And Conqueror Rack falling third. You said the fight was between the others, but here is 1million in a clean-up show. They find Miracle, look for one, and yes, they do grab it. One more elimination point, and the chicken dinner going over here to 1million Esports.
I think 1million just took their time, they waited, and then they struck with violence. And you kind of mentioned about them, I think it was on kind of phase 6, phase 5, about being able to do something from that northeast side. They were down to a duo, and I think they played that end game really well. It was quite obvious that they were communicating perfectly with each other. I do believe NASR made a mistake as a duo and should have pushed on towards the eastern side to maybe take down 1million earlier. But at the end of the day, NASR themselves did a good job on the very high ground of that rock and was able to get themselves second place. I thought Conqueror Rack might have been able to do more, but I believe Callaghan maybe left it a little bit too late. He had a tough job to do, and there's nothing really his teammate could do. But in the end, yeah, maybe going a little bit earlier would have stopped them from getting pushed from the blue and have a bit of a panic play in which NASR took him down.
Yeah, I think they were really trying to focus down on 1 million. They never really thought the problem would lie therein from the top of that hillside there through from NASR. But Miracle, props to Miracle where it's due to 1v2 out from Conqueror to not go crucially for, I think, the first air onto KAMIKAZE specifically. Focus on weather. That was the key to NASR here as we look at those match rankings to getting that second place.
Yeah, 110%. As even though they don't claim the chicken dinner, they do claim the most amount of points in that gate because of the 10 elimination points they got. Really happy with the upward trend from 1 million. I said all it takes is for the teams who dropped away from the top 8 to get a good result, and that will push them back up there. But Conqueror Iraq, they got 7 more points than Rico. The fight for the top 2 is very strongly live as Nigma Galaxy, they do get 10 points, but it's still 9 less than Conqueror Iraq. I gotta think, is there any other team that can really break into that kind of race for the top spot? Because it seems like Conqueror and Rico are just continuing to keep that cushion well and truly comfortable.
Look, at least Nigma are getting the points, as you said, so they're keeping that third place somewhat tight, but it is a concern for these other teams like Falcons, of course, YaLLa, who are beside Nigma in that 4th and 5th position, to get back up there for that contention, because as you can see, they're in 11th and 15th position. They did not get the points they needed to help cushion themselves into some sort of success to reach that top spot. Is also there the other teams who are beginning to reach it up, some of them, like Triple D in that top 8, moving back down, I assume, with also 1 million upwards trend in that second game, only 4 points through from them.
This was a pretty tricky game when it came to the circle shifts and hanging around the Los Leones area, and we got to give teams that element of pass, right? I do think a number of teams lost players early on when they probably shouldn't have, and there was a couple of little bit of weird fights that broke out for the most part. Props to 963 as well, because despite my criticism, they still did walk away with 5 points. A little bit of last gasp desperation as they didn't really look to join up with Messi on the eastern edge of the circle, I believe it was in phase 5. But for the most part, for my criticism, I gotta say props to 963.
Look, 963, if it works, it works, but it wasn't clean. I think there's still improvements to be had through from 963, because yes, they get the 5 points, but was it a acceptable way to get those 5 points? I would argue, as you said in the game, not, because that could have been definitely more punished. And I think, as we said, had it been maybe more of an even higher class of lobby in PMGC, like it could have been, that 963 see them going down as we take a look at that second matches and all of the action in our best of moments.
1 million. You can see they were still doing some work relatively early on in this game, and it was like 963 Falcons were rad on that eastern coastline, and where they were kind of picking each other off a little bit. So Stalwart UAE getting involved. This is again clean engagement for 963 as they took out RTG from behind. But again, you got to realize that if you stay behind the circle to take a team out, that does make it a little bit harder for you to enter, and 1 million were able to punish 963.
Still, 1 million taking that through, of course, to the win later on, but it wasn't about fighting inside Los Leones itself, as 1 million cleaning out also Izza before moving back up. This was how, unfortunately, they lost their third man at Itty, but it was all of the fighting down as that zone collapsed in between those two ridges. Is I think CONQUEROR, who were very patient also, maybe could have been a bit more aggressive, but you saw in which the way they played Imperium, it was all about being very opportunistic and only going for the eliminations if they could manage them.
I think overall, CONQUEROR played this game near perfectly from their position throughout the whole game. They didn't commit too heavily to Dunak. They didn't commit too heavily to YaLLa. They waited for time to strike. They didn't commit too heavily to Rico. They really allowed themselves to have multiple options in this game, and then we saw KAMIKAZE. That was a bit of a risk going for the 1v2, but it worked out for him.
I think it's the element of surprise. You can at least catch one. You move it to a 1v1, and then the sidestep's just a little bit too much. NASR, though, 1v2'd back. Conqueror Iraq before 1 million took that chicken dinner, as we said. And I think for 1 million, a big improvement. For NASR, a big improvement moving up on his leaderboard. Maybe it's a little bit too tough to reach all the way up to that first position. But I certainly think, for Imperium, that they've got the opportunity to at least contest for those top spots. And as we alluded to in that game, potentially future competitions down the line.
Yeah, 150% as yeah, I'm excited coming into this third game and what the teams are going to be able to build upon.
Look, though, also, if you at home want to spy down a little bit of your own rewards, you can check out these lucky drops by going over to the MENA official esports channel, Facebook and on YouTube, and input the correct answer during the break shortly and get a chance to win permanent rewards for yourself at home. But it has been 2 games down. One more match before we do it all over, but we're going to Sanhok, the trickiest map of them all, and we get to see the Rumble in the Jungle after a short ad break. back to down. 4 more to go here at day 2 of the PMPL Finals for Arabia. But it is myself, joined by Imperium, where we just hit it off on Miramar and 1 million taking that chicken dinner here. But if you at home want to take down your own rewards, it's down there right below. It's the Upper 6 series with upgraded performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Upper 6 series for designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2022. Also, if you want at home, including you, Imperium, you can give us your thoughts, give your support to the teams using your own hashtag PMPL. Join in the conversation. YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok too.
Yeah, game 3 of the day. As we look at the overall standings, you have CONQUEROR, Rico, currently holding on to the top 2 spots quite comfortably. Nigma are in 3rd, but they're 25 points behind 2nd place, and then another 4 points, so 29 points behind CONQUEROR. It's not outside the realms of possibility, of course, and I've highlighted CONQUEROR's kind of, to an extent, volatility. But I just worry that right now, Nigma aren't really kind of doing enough to really close that gap in a massive way. There's still plenty of games to go, but trends, I'm looking at it. Let's see if they can book that trend.
Look, Nigma, there just has to be more consistent overall. There is worlds in which we've seen CONQUEROR fall down and not get a points. We've seen Rico Infinity not get points too. There have been, apart from their 3 chicken dinners, Imperium, also 3 games now where CONQUEROR haven't picked up all that much. So if Nigma can get those points in those matches, like they did in game 1, for example, that's how they close that gap. But they certainly have to be wary that YaLLa and Falcons are hot on their heels behind them, as well as now a closing Twisted Minds and 1million too. But as we check out that second page, definitely very tight now, as 61 points is the break mark for NASR. They're a big gap, though, between almost a 15-point margin to Triple D.
Yeah, there's a gap definitely starting to form between, let's say, 15th and 9th. It's of course still possible for KAMIKAZE, but I'm noticing that gap become a little bit harder to achieve for the likes of KAMIKAZE, Dunak, and 963. NASR, again, I'm just surprised that they're as low down as they are in these overall standings. It was a good savior of a game number 2 in Miramar, but I think losing the players that they did when they did and how they kind of played the latter parts of that game, it was just that kind of a little bit of lack of coordination maybe hurt them from overall taking the chicken dinner in Miramar. For now, let's see if they can go back up in towards the top 5.
Look, they've got a long road to climb, but at least we're starting off with a little bit of volatility, a little bit of chance here if they can perform well here on Sanhok. It is, as we said, the more scary ones to hold out of all of these 3 maps. I'm particularly looking, though, towards, I would say, 1million, particularly towards that northern side, that North Bridge Imperium, where we saw on that 6th match yesterday, a lot of teams try to focus their rotations, and more so in these finals, focus those rotations from even down from Ruins up to past Heart in through that location. And 1million, they got so many free opportunities for those eliminations in that last match yesterday.
Well, 1million broke the mold in the previous game of Miramar performances in the finals. Coming into today's games, I know it was only 2 Miramar matches that we had to contend with, but they had an average of 1.5 points per game. So I'm hoping that off the back of what was breaking the mold in the previous game, that they do the same, because as of right now, they're on a total of 3 points per game in the first 2 Sanhok games. And when you take into account the fact that we're going to end the finals on a Sanhok game, it's even more important that the likes of 1million and other teams around them that haven't really performed the best start to realize that they need to improve their performance in Sanhok. They need to really grab hold of this map and know how to control it and know how to swing the pendulum in their direction.
I like to see, though, a lot more splits coming out, but smart splits here on the Sanhok, as Conqueror do change up their slight position over, bring Rev up towards Mole 9, grows it all the way back in towards Camp Bravo, instead of trying to focus more around those closer locations to 1 million, where he did lose a player yesterday. Also, you see the same splits coming through. I think the 963 as well, you could also argue here, beginning to have that more line in towards the center, where they will eventually meet up with Messi, if Messi can hold this line.
Twisted Minds have a 4-man split around a trifecta compound for the time being. I think it's going to be important that they join up as a full squad sooner rather than later around that bootcamp hill area or the trifecta compound area, because there's going to be a lot of teams looking in their direction around the kind of 5 to 6 minute mark of this game. Revolution have a very smart 3-1 split with 3 players in Hating and Alhaji all the way on that southern side of the big mountain on the northwest island. It's just a really great kind of deeper area of the circle to hold down based on where this phase 1 has popped up. Triple D have an interesting 2-2 split where it's kind of 2-1-1 more than anything. And Humam and Jammaz maybe a little bit too deep as solo players, and Munir and Gaith, I would argue, need to maybe move away from that area down on the coastal line of the southwest island, especially as they are pretty close to Rad, and in somewhat join up as a 2-2 around that south of Ruins hillside.
Look, though, I've got my goggles on, Imperium, and I spied something really beautiful, really special over in that map, and it wasn't the players, it was the special items you to at home can grab. Can open PUBG Mobile yourself, go to the Esports Event Center, participate in the event to earn the special items too, as much as earning all of that prize money these teams are competing for, and of course that position of future tournaments. Rad, one of those teams who beginning to slip, I think, on the leaderboard too, Imperium, when it comes to their overall position. We've seen them have some good games in the finals so far, but is not being consistent. In if that not having that consistency with a capital K is going to hurt them later on if they can't find it.
Consistency is spelled with K rather than C.
Oh yeah, you got to, when you emphasize it, it's got to be like a big capital K in full italics, underlined and boldened.
Yeah, but why K? Why not C?
Because
what's so special about the letter K?
I just want to be like cool, okay? I just want to hang out with the cool kids. I'm getting older, like, okay, Imperium.
You work for Kellogg's or something like that? Are you trying to like sell cereal or something? You know,
I'm trying
do you want a bowl of cornflakes?
Sell my coolness out to all of the young kids again. I'm getting old to say, you know, I'm growing.
Is that
I'm
coolness with a capital K?
For sure, Imperium. I mean, you don't spell it with a capital K. What are you doing, man?
Fair enough, fair enough. I'm now going to start, every time we type in the WhatsApp group, any letter beginning with C, I'm automatically going to have as a capital K. Just putting that out there. So I can be as cool as Highland Wolf, as Rico and Finney are looking to cool as YaLLa Esports inside this kind of north of bootcamp hillside. YaLLa did have 2 players solidified in that area earlier on, and Rico don't normally disengage away from Paradise so deeply, but I think they realized the priority of this hillside is quite important in this kind of circle.
Still, Rico Infinity Esports, they are not so cool at all, as he's very, very hot inside out of Molly. As YaLLa gonna find one through, one
great job.
Knock into the elimination, and it's a smart position through from YaLLa to break open the mold that Rico have set down. I like Sandwich's approach here, also beginning to flank round, but unfortunately for them, I'm not sure if they've noticed Prestige also slipping behind here. Nade over will at least give the position away, but it doesn't strike. Hopin finds either two and doesn't even care if Prestige or here Randar is there.
And I even really love the flank on the more coastline position of that 4th YaLLa player as well. And I think they realized that YaLLa recognized that the risk was there of having that 4th player, having another player a little bit too close to Prestige, and they're playing this engagement so cleanly. Prestige is under a hell of a lot of pressure. Down he goes. Rico left with just one player.
Rico, a very heavy loss, and this is needed by a team like YaLLa too, to be able to find these eliminations, be able to get these points. More importantly, it completely doubles the amount really of the points that you're getting to steal them away from one of these top teams and to climb and chase them back. It feels more like really 4 kills rather than 2 in terms of the points overall. Is Ragnar and the rest of YaLLa further now approaching towards 2. They got themselves out of the road, so there will be some defense, there's some stiffness to try to figure out here for YaLLa. Can they find either, though? Either now secluded onto their own, as I think Bandar may be looking for the escape, and that they do, leaving either on their own.
Seems it's going to be a little bit of a game over for Rico Infinity inside this game number 3. Revolution starting to take a bit of a fight against 1Million on the more northern side of that northwest island. Revolution might being caught out a little bit, and it seems down they go. So 1Million, off the back of a very strong Miramar performance, gets a squad out without any casualties, up as a full squad. 100% return on investment.
And I would have loved to see that, actually, because you see the change in which 1Million have played. They've never pushed past that bridge in this nature unless the zone had for sure gone into that western side. So it was something Revolution were not ready for. And for 1Million to change up their strategy in the finals is risky, but you can see the confidence that they're bringing to the table off that chicken dinner.
Couldn't agree with you more. Twisted Minds did gather themselves up a little bit tighter between Trifecta and Bootcamp, and they've actually opted for a 2-2 split. That could go either way. A lot of risks involved. It's a matter of how well they can cover each other when it comes to pressure being laid down. I like that Twisted Minds, the 2 players that are up on towards that Bootcamp hill, are more a little bit on the south side of that Bootcamp hill, which gives them a little bit of a quicker entry point to support both Kato and Rockets who are down on that Trifecta compound. Stalwart UAE moved out of Painan into the compound just north by the roadside. It's a good compound to hold down. Where will phase 2 go? It centralizes over to the east, more heavily prioritizing that mainland split. RTG, they're in a 2-1-1. I would recommend that they need to band together and have a little bit more of a cohesive spot inside this phase 2.
Yeah, I also couldn't agree with that more. I mean, Imperium, you look towards their position now, phase 2. I would be looking for RTG to realistically control that hillside, actually, to stop teams like 963, to stop squads like Twisted Minds also moving up to this position and catch them out in that rotation, maybe down from Bootcamp Hill into Bootcamp itself. Or if you're not going to try to control that location, heading into Bootcamp itself isn't the worst of ideas. You would be more looking further in towards that Bootcamp Hill too. But Bootcamp Hill itself already taken up.
That's a bit of a bold move to make if you're going to commit to Bootcamp this early in the game. Once again, a little bit like you mentioned about Los Leones and Miramar, I low-key don't disagree. I low-key don't disagree. Yeah. I just think there's a bit more of a heavy risk in phase 2 compared to, let's say, phase 3.
For sure, right?
Anyone look to commit to it as Twisted Minds do get 2 of their players from Trifecta compound over onto the mainland position. That's some good reaction. That's some good prioritization, because there's no problem really giving over Trifecta position to another team. If anything, it's a bit of a bait move where a team can think Trifecta is free, and you're going to have players on that mainland side by the side of Bootcamp Hill from Twisted Minds able to spray bullets towards that Trifecta compound. So good play, Twisted Minds.
YaLLa as well. Going to wrap around to Bootcamp itself. We're going to take more of that northern front to go back to where they started after dispatching of Rico Infinity Esports. So we will go for that more riskier play. Stalwart still stuck in his position, though. A slightly harder position for them to move out of, as they're not only looking to, I think, stop on the bridge a lot of these crossings by that primarily a triple D. As you can see, Yama's trying to make their move across that bridge, but they also have a trickier time moving back in onto this zone. And depending on where this third phase shifts, it's going to really then paint that picture in Priam that we're looking at for where these teams need to go, because currently everyone can just sit where they are right now. You don't have to worry about moving anywhere tighter into the zone.
Falcons are still in the blue. down by the docks, Kampong split. Nigma Galaxy starting to move their players away from the blue in towards the southwestern edge of the circle. They can still hang around that bridge from the entry point of the southwest island in towards the mainland, down south of Painan. But they will then have to contend with NASR, who have a really strong spread on that kind of north Painan Hill. While 963, they are sticking quite close to the north of Quarry. But I think it's a bit of a mistake that they're not sending at least one player a little bit deeper to the west towards that north Quarry hillside, because I think it will give not only a better angle of information, but also a bit better priority as Phase 3 is about to pop up.
Phase 3 is all in the decision now of where this goes, where these teams will go. Still keep in mind the south and that northwestern island still in play. And I suspect that, if anywhere, it may shift that down to, yes, the main island, where it is going to be more centered on this zone. In bootcamp, still in play, but it's really heading down towards these quarry sides. I think 963 probably going to wrap around here slightly more, try to take out that compound just slightly above of the actual word quarry and solidify a position there, further in onto the zone. But is also this center compound that is left now in the center of that zone where the roads will meet, and I'm curious to see if anyone will be brave enough to go this deep this early.
In NASR are going to answer your question as they head towards that centralized compound. Holding on to the massive hill that they did have is definitely not a bad thing, but I also get why they're committing to that center compound area by the roadside. 963, like I said, maybe being a little bit too slow, where the likes of KAMIKAZE and CONQUEROR could look to punish them, while YaLLa are punishing Dunak as they try and move in around bootcamp. What kind of rotation is that from Dunak? It's really silly in my eyes.
Look, to contest the way YaLLa as well, you have to think that YaLLa would be in boot camp, but been here in boot camp for at least the past almost year. This organization has non-stop loved this location. So for Dunak, quite frankly, to try to contest it, it is bold, because YaLLa, if any team, are going to know it's like the back of their hand, but Ragnar, a sneaky little knock there coming through from Dunak, and he opened the door just slightly.
When I say it's a silly rotation from YaLLa, I mean not only because bootcamp is continuing to be more on the edge of the circle, but if you're going to rotate in the bootcamp like this, at this time of the game, you really want to do it swiftly with vehicles, right? Because you want to get in there and be in the comfort of the buildings. Moving on foot poses those kind of risks in which Dunak were low-key punished for. Getting the trade-off on towards one of the YaLLa players, of course, does put YaLLa down to 2 and suppresses them inside the boot camp.
It was more just the fact that YaLLa were trying to go for a very bold split, I think, as well, being punished by having one player so completely on the opposite end of the compound. And the moment I think you saw Dunak, it should have been about getting that solo player back to the other two to solidify themselves as a trio, because now as two players getting outside of boot camp, that's where the problems lie, Imperium, because they don't have the options available to them when you've got Twisted Minds also overlooking them on that south side, and RTG, who have been on this more centered side to the zone this entire time of the game.
Nigma Galaxy are going to be able to take over the North Painan hillside spot in which NASR were in because of their entry point in the direction that I predicted them to go. 1million opted not to go back over towards the northern bridge and then come down into the circle via the north of camp direction. I like it, but I also don't fully agree with it because of it's a little bit similar to going into boot camp. It does isolate you and takes away some of the exit strategy into this next circle. And as it happens, it's continued to shift over to the eastern side, centralized a little bit on towards NASR's compound, with RTG also in an absolutely fantastic position.
I think for RTG, though, it's about defending not really these teams at a boot camp, but I think also KAMIKAZE, CONQUEROR, 963, who are definitely all looking over these hills towards the more main portion of this phase 4. Is still, though, on the opposite front. It's going to be Triple D continuing to fight first stage. Rad and Painan is one knockdown, but it's one elimination against Triple D. 2 is they're trying to equalize here. May look for the elimination point, but Desha as well looking for the nade. A long throw over to try and catch out Triple D, and it will miss.
Nice. Lovely spray onto Desha. Peeks up, use a third-person perspective to get that angle of pressure. Rico go down. This kind of circle shift as well is going to be incredibly difficult for Stalwart UAE, because as they move away from the compound in towards that southwestern edge of the circle, they're going to have twists and minds on that kind of higher ground of Bootcamp Hill, and they're going to have NASR down on the low ground inside the compound.
Still, though, if you want to get those lucky drops in on hand yourself, you could go to the Mina Official Esports channel on Facebook and YouTube. Imperium, you are home too. And then put the correct answer during the break and get a chance to win permanent rewards throughout this stream. Triple D, though, also continuing to ascend up towards the top of this mountainside. And as you said, teams looking over this. It was NASR previously. Now it's Nigma Galaxy. And the same problem lies where Triple D are fighting on now 2 fronts. Dalhab in from behind. Doesn't find the initial shots for Yamas over on top of him. What? And they just jump over his head and completely outplayed. And there goes the second run. Just dicing down Rad.
God damn it, I didn't think Rad would win that. But in the end, they come out on top. Down Triple D, go as 9-6-3. They're trying to deal with the brunt of the pressure that's on that eastern side. Like I said, I think a little bit too slow on that Quarry Hill side, and they're being massively punished for it. If it's not Falcons down south, it's CONQUEROR a little bit on towards that northern side.
Zone about to close in, no to Imperium, but where and which is it going to go? It's going to go down onto the fight. First is Nigma Galaxy and also NASR. It's A2. NASR look to hold their position. They hold it for now against Nigma. Lord goes down, so does Freak, but 2 Falcons off the back end. They're not even under the zone. And it's disaster for them, but it's even worse for 9-6-3 Egypt as CONQUEROR eliminate them all together.
Yeah, I called it. I really called it so early on, as they just failed to move onto that hillside. Twist of minds under a hell of a lot of pressure themselves. Vigors and knock Dami. All he can do, oh no, he's prone down. YaLLa, no idea. Absolutely no idea. And they're taken out by Twist of Minds.
But we still got to get in onto the zone. No Imperium, they're not out of the woods yet. Kaito's 1v4 over Stalwart Esports with the help of NASR. They're finding the shots, but they've lost army of the back end. They're down only to 1, and Twisted Minds, they cannot survive much longer. RGG and the help of Stalwart Banquet puts them in their place. NASR not done though with this yet. They're still in the zone. They've still got the compound. They've got a fantastic 1-4 split, and Stalwart don't have an eye in onto the zone.
One in every corner of the compound is just the best way to play it. Okay, Ragnarok does get knocked, but in my opinion, they still hold the better angles of teams coming in. It's easy looking to try and make it into the edge of the building.
Miracle now having to go in for the 1v1 and the push. You can see the backside. They weren't able to find it. Easy slaps down 1, but can they get the second? Hassan going for the revive. No, he changes his mind. Goes back in. Knows that the player is still there. And the nades cooked as well. Easy almost catches out too, but a nade straight on back puts Easy back down to health. Immediate first aid kit, and it is good. Back up to 75%. It's a revive though. Hassan and Miracle back up could be the problem, and now they've lost the initial knock. Easy's now in a world of trouble, as here's a full 4-man push, and NASR shut down Stalwart.
The circle did shift away from the compound, so it's always going to be important that NASR cleared out this fight without any casualties, as RTG have the priority of the circle.
And RCG, they're in 16th position. in on these leaderboards. And if this is a game to get back up, oh boy, is this a game? They've got 6 eliminations already here in Imperium. They could look for the chicken dinner. It's theirs to win with the position of the zone currently. And it's down to here if Falcons or NASR, or even if Rad can survive to shut them down.
A few teams obviously going for heal strats. Dunak, 1 million. Last player has been taken out. You have CONQUEROR as well. That will impact the amount of placing points available for these final teams.
RTG, though, another shift over towards them. They couldn't have asked for a better Sanhok game, and Falcons are slipping to Rad completely out of the picture. NASR wounded, finally making through a revive back to 4. But RTG, they've got all 4 up, and it's comfortable. They only have to continue to hold.
CONQUEROR currently in first, and now they're once again in towards the top 4. Is the consistency finally there for CONQUEROR?
You better hope so. They at least got another 8 first aid kits to survive this zone. Where the zone will be doing enough damage, though. That's the problem, to help with those first aid kits. It is still beautiful, though, on the front line. Is J9 shuts away Falcons' hopes. And now NASR's opportunity to go in too. As they find one back, NASR overtaking the elimination onto Never Alone. They find a knock onto RTG too. Ragnarok snaking away, but Yusuf is still alive. Also waiting and waiting and waiting for NASR to come closer forward for potentially the upset, but they've not noticed him. All eyes here on RTG. As Falcons resort back to healing. Yusuf not interested in the fight. It's down here to NASR and RTG as Hassan loses out 1. The spray in is somewhat of an attempt from Revit, but at least we're down to our final 3 as Revit will fall to the zone.
NASR, the one player they had in the edge of the circle, has been taken out. They're down to 3.
Falcons still surviving too, hoping that the fight will end up quicker, but I doubt it will be that quick in all. Maybe changed my mind as KJ9 went straight on in. They wipe NASR off the face of the planet. In Falcons, they steal 2. I thought it might be a longer fight, Imperium, but RTG, they were not entertained with the idea of a long, drawn-out NASR fight. Falcons secure away second place. Oh, is he going to be here for a while? Close to the zone with 16 first aid. Gets an RTG. It's time for them to do a victory dance.
Still a great back-to-back strong results for NASR Esports, right? Second place in game 2, third place in game 3. I think they played that game really well from the compound overall. A little bit of pressure initially from kind of Stalwart, but for the most part, they overall won the fight, and it's RTG to take the chicken dinner. Really well played from them.
RTG are looking so good off that game, and we said it at the start today. I said it, Imperium, when they look like they have everything going for them with the synergy, they have the ability to then come together as 4 members strong, and it looks so good. And it's why they were on top in the beginning of the tournament, but as they have slipped, I think it's that synergy that hasn't been there for them as much. To see that now in the finals, that's a confidence booster that he needed, and I hope that's a confidence booster that's going to drive them further forward in today's future games.
They didn't have that much pressure on that compound outside of boot camp and the hill area around it, to be fair. Teams were more kind of prioritizing the western side, the southern side, and the kind of, to an extent, the eastern side. But it doesn't take away from the fact that they reacted to the circles relatively nicely. They didn't have too heavy of a split, but they also didn't stay too tight to each other, and in the end they were able to control the circle and grab a chicken dinner, as we see them getting 27 points. Like, the amount of elimination points does speak very highly to what they were able to do across this game.
Yeah, they weren't sitting waiting for the zone. They didn't just get blessed by the zone. They were actively taking out people in this game and finding the elimination points through in which they needed to get back up on this game and up on top of the finals. Overall, as NASR also, though Falcons taking that second and third position, that is very important for Falcons, particularly as yes, CONQUEROR begin to run away with the game. But with Nigma and Rico not here on this first page, it's a big step up and a little bit of a closing of the gap here for Falcons in the overall standings of things.
Yeah, it is. However, I just have to continue to point out CONQUEROR and that consistency. Have they gotten rid of the volatility? Have they gotten rid of the kind of, you know, the 1 pointer here, the 1 pointer there, the kind of one good game, one bad game, one good game? In yesterday's 6 games, yeah, okay, they did have 2 very poor performances, and that's really not ideal. But in today's games, out of 3 games played so far, they've only had 1 kind of poor game. So I say that's initially a bit of a booking of the trend for CONQUEROR, and it's just going to help them seal this first place a little bit more heavily coming into the second half of today's games.
And for sure, especially with, as we said, the fall with Nigma Galaxy, Rico DDD Esports in particular here were the ones to try to challenge them, but only 1 point because it was YaLLa who shut them down so early on. Revolution only fell quicker because 1Million quite literally ran them down from the first moment they landed.
I'm really interested to see where that's going to leave NASR after this third game in terms of the overall standings, because the likes of Revolution didn't really have a good game, who were ahead of them. 1Million didn't really have the best of games, still not a bad performance from them, and of course a couple of other teams around them. This Sanhok game as well, it initially hung around the trifecta compound, but very early on in the game, for the most part, it did show itself to end on the mainland, and I think that allowed for a little bit of a non-Sanhok-esque end to the game for the most part. Like, it's rare that you see a confident 27-point win from a team in Sanhok. So just once again to kind of highlight, really good game from RTG and how good they played that Sanhok train and how good they held down and locked down the southeast of boot camp position.
Yeah, I think also props to NASR. Yes, they didn't get that second position like I think they maybe could have deserved by result of Falcons, by result of CONQUEROR healing. But you have to admire the strength and the decisiveness of also taking that compound in the center. I said it was going to be a very decisive position later on in this game as we check out the best oppo moments, but I didn't imagine it would be quite as important as the zone shifting right on top of it.
Exactly, and sometimes you can't prepare. It's all about adapting, and the adaptation was there for a multitude of teams. 1Million ended the game with 9 points. I think more could have been earned if they had have rotated, I think, from that northern side rather than the western side. If it did force their hand to go for a heal strat, and you know what, that's fair enough, because at least they realized that the side of the map that they were rotating in forced them to have less exit strategies, forced them to adapt, and indeed they did, to grab themselves 9 points. So as much as I didn't agree with how they rotated, they at least recognized the risk that came with it, and they had a plan B around it.
A lot of fighting, though, as it came to this final point, and I think a stellar performance through from NASR, particularly to at least get themselves 4 members back up, as you said, it highlighting so important they were able to get those extra shots in. I think it was all off easy. Not really confirming that extra point, I think it was possible to have gone a little bit further through. Instead, NASR also finding the extra shots and to their demise by the hands of RTG is a were the ones who just, I think the decisiveness surprising even NASR from them to just go straight in for the fight. Yes, he for the initial knock with J9, but the rest of them were all there to back them up, and that's the synergy which we were looking for all the rest of these finals from RTG. But if you at home want to get your own chicken dinners worthy prizes up yourself, you can go to the Mina Official Esports channel on Facebook and YouTube and input the correct answer during the break and get a chance to win permanent rewards. You can see my shoe on your screen how fiery and how blue they do be looking.
Hey, look, watch the stream, get free rewards, answer a couple of questions. What more, right? As we are going to go for a bit of a quick break before we get ready for game number 4 of the day. Lots of action still to come. Don't go away.
We're back for the next half of the Day 2 finals here at the PMPL Spring Split Arabia. Myself, YaLLa Wolf, and Imperium joining with you as always. But if you at home want to check out the teams and give the support over to these teams, you can join in on the conversation and use the hashtag PMPL on our social media through YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and also TikTok to give, as we say, your own thoughts and your own support to these players. Imperium was a big game, though, big positive for RTG Esports KURDSQUAD as they were able to get that chicken dinner on Sanhok, but can they keep that up? Because they were in 16th, they may have risen, but it's a long way to go still.
They've moved away from the bottom spot and they are up, I can confirm, into 12th spot. Of course, they need to continue, right? We highlight very much about consistency. And yes, technically, this is a sprint compared to the Super Weekend games. But I would still argue that there's a marathon or a mini marathon involved across these 3 days, 18 games, which having that kind of, 3 to 4 games in a row of good performances allows you to build up that confidence, build up the synergy, build up the momentum as we're getting into the tail end of these finals.
Look, we've only got now half of our games left, Imperium. We're halfway through, and it's Erangel up next. And we saw what the Chaos can do this time yesterday in Game 4, where we saw a Milsa finish. We've not seen as many mean zones as I would have expected. I mean, you highlighted it in Sanhok, okay, Imperium. You said it could have gone a lot worse for these teams had it gone including the river later on. I think these zones are playing nice to these players compared to the Super Weekends.
It's because I'm here and I am
I see.
The calm person of the three of us, right? I'm the one that to help give these teams a little bit of a break in terms of the crazy circles. That's the only reason why it showed up to be a little bit more on towards that mainland so early in the Sanhok game. So thank you. You're welcome, teams. I'm here for you. But Playing Path is also here for these teams in this third game, Highland Wolf. It's really not too bad. It's a bit on the east, but because it's diagonal, I think it still allows for good variability for the teams who want to land on that western side to get to where they want to go. North of the river could be a bit of a rotation for the likes of Rico Infinity if they want to grab some vehicles outside of the shooting range Severny area and then head towards North George.
I think also if Triple D do decide to continue through shooting range, could be an interesting engagement. As you said, if Rico Infinity do decide to try steal away some vehicles over in that similar direction. I'm actually surprised that Triple D have been going so far north, and they're going to regret that decision because I would have argued Nova was also open, and we saw Triple D, particularly in week 2, a lot of their success in Imperium came from dropping down on that south side. So to see them on the northern side, and unfortunately miss out on a zone in this game as well, as it's going to be a similar one, may be hurting them if they're trying to try out new styles of play that maybe don't work as well.
I know Primorsk is obviously quite accessible with this kind of playing path, but am I right in saying that 1million have dropped a Nova before? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm thinking of another team. But I could have sworn that 1million have dropped Nova
they have
before. And I thought
once or twice.
Okay, I thought that might have been the case for this game, but maybe they thought another team would have gone there, so it made sense for them just to stick towards their normal spot in Primorsk.
Yeah, I'm surprised actually a lot of them are dropping here beside the ferry pier. Maybe trying to reach as far as possible, grabbing the boat. We'll finally head over to Primorsk, a slightly delayed rotation across. But what is not delayed is that beautiful thing on your screen. It's how to get rewards. And if you open PUBG Mobile, go to the Esports Event Center and participate in the events to earn the special items. You too can get some rewards of your own at home.
Okay, so Rico did drop on towards that northern side and grab themselves a couple of vehicles and make their way towards North George. Triple D went on to Severny. YaLLa doing something similar, but a little bit more towards the Rozhok area, so it does put them at a little bit of risk of engaging with RTG early on, but RTG opting to continue to go for that kind of Rozhok Watertown split. NASR having school apartments all to themselves is pretty good to see. And Dunak, they opted to take advantage of that very eastern or quite eastern side of the playing path and picking themselves a Stalwart Kameshki split drop.
Still gonna be fairly quiet here in this first phase. Violent Rico Infinity also making their route over to that North Georgia Pole side. YaLLa as well doing so the same over towards the South Georgia Pole Hospital area. South will begin their rotation down, as we've seen before, after a short detour against that rock over towards that more western coastline to avoid out a lot of those teams. And I think the owners, because of the nature of this playing path and in the way that this zone has gone, maybe with teams making a wider, more earlier rotation through the likes of Yasnaya Poliana past the bridge and down from that northern side, because that zone still is fairly high north to an extent.
Technically, that is a safer route, Highland Wolf. I think the key is timing on that kind of rotation.
Yeah.
What teams on the east can wait to do if you're like 963 kind of Rad or even Falcons themselves, and of course Dunak, just kind of wait for phase 2 to pop up. The thing is, the threat is there as well for a Military Island finish. It's a similar phase 1 compared to what we saw in game number 1, and we saw the direction that it went on phase 2. But I think there's very much a threat for phase 2 to shift down to southeast and have a predominantly Military Island finish. So I wouldn't be surprised if teams kind of waited for phase 2 to pop up on the eastern side. The thing is, if too many teams wait on the eastern side and then you have a shift down towards Military Island, there's just going to be a cluster of teams aiming for that bridge on the eastern side. And that's something I really don't want to see.
I actually think one of the strongest locations in this game, Imperium, comes through from that south coastline on mainland Erangel, where you see Volkids just above right now. Also, Reva left around a position there on that south coastline. I know, right? I'm learning the game here. And Volkids, I think, honestly, for Twisted Minds, setting up that position, Twisted Minds rotating there. If Stalwart do not surpass them in their own rotation in a similar way, honestly, it gives you both the best of both worlds, right? It gives you the access in onto the main island if it does stay there, but also, as you said, crucially, it could shift over to that South Island because it is more towards that South Island this time around in the first game. So that is why it gives you that more freer option to decide later in.
Love that you brought that up, man. YaLLa can opt to stay around that kind of western side of the map. A risk is involved, of course, committing too much to that west where you're not getting information towards that kind of Gaka side of phase number 1. Maybe Everest could be their home as a 3-person team and then have one player a little bit more towards that western side. That kind of balance the split could definitely work out in their favor coming into phase 2, phase 3. KAMIKAZE going for an early rotation away from Gaka, more towards the southern side of Quarry to begin with, while CONQUEROR, they're going to hang around that Fairy Pier Hill side, very similar to what we saw from them pull out in the first game of the day. Stalwart are a little bit closer to them in the compound down below of that Fairy Pier Hill.
Teams are beginning to make that rotation on in. Stalwart, they opted to go very far in onto the zone, very central here towards that more north or south side towards Gatka Fields, but still, CONQUEROR below them do tend to rotate up this way, so it'll be an intriguing decision to see if CONQUEROR do try to challenge. You can see Calaga already up there, overlooking now Stalwart too.
Twisted Minds have done exactly what you thought and suggested and gone towards that coastal line of the mainland position. I was thinking they might stick a bit more towards the eastern side of the circle, but I think it's really good and they have a good spread around that area. You can see in that kind of third of the map where Rad are pushing in. I think that's maybe possibly a little bit late of a rotation. Nigma Galaxy doing very similar to what we saw in game 1. It worked out for them, but I think maybe teams having learned from what we saw in game 1, they could get punished a little bit more heavily for that deep rotation so late into this phase 1.
Yeah, I think they're doing it now in a position where teams are beginning to mobilize a little bit in preparation of phase 2. You can see KAMIKAZE also rotating, so potentially there for Nigma, a decision on the timing, more towards the risk of the rotation overall to make sure that they do it when other teams are also on the move. Is Rad, they're finally one of those final teams to make it through over towards this coastline too. But the problem being they're all going towards Ferry Pier in these hills, and there's not enough space here in Ferry Pier to really hold as many teams.
There's a cluster of buildings that you're able to at least in some way hold down. Roof from Nigma Galaxy up to go a little bit shy up towards the north, down to south of Quarry, and create a bit of a pinch onto Kamikazes and make it into phase 2 sooner rather than later. Stalwart did go for a 2-2 split, disengaging 2 players away from the compound that they held onto, and this is a little bit more of a nicer phase 2 shift. It does still have a good kind of 20% water in play, plus that western side of Military Island, so it is still more like a phase 3, phase 4 on that mainland, but I do think it's a bit of a more predictable phase 2 shift compared to the first game of the day.
And it's now also very similar to that first game of the day. So how have these teams learned Imperium coming off of there? Because I think there was a lot of mistakes coming through in the rotations in that first game. We saw a lot of far rotations. And I wouldn't be surprised to see that adaptation in this game already, to see teams try to hold off, maybe for that more outer ring rotation as we see in other regions, try to scout out a little bit slower their position into the zone. Because as we say all the time, this region is very aggressive at getting into the center of the zone, but in zones like these where it's so uncertain still where it's going to go, it can cause a lot of problems, and you are relying on luck in that sense to an extent.
The biggest area that I see being able to hold down in this kind of circle is North Quarry. Nobody's there. North Quarry is absolutely fantastic inside this phase 2 because it's not too deep in the center. It's high ground. You're able to get information on the other side of Quarry. And I think you're able to also cover it behind you on the south side as YaLLa are going to engage onto RTG.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you. The hill there too, Imperium, is beautiful for overlooking at Gatka Fields, where those teams may be hiding further out. Is Rad in the midst of a fight. I'm not sure they really were looking for all that much. Is their Conqueror or Revolution will strike one back, but it helped the Conqueror to finish him down, and Rad losing now a second. As the second elimination comes through, the revive can come back in as Smoker barely lives with 1 HP, and Rad a world of pain now as they are stuck in a hard position between multiple teams.
A tunnel visioned engagement by Rad in my eyes. Absolutely no need for them to really push Revolution in towards that Ferry Pier compound. They should know and be aware that the position they're in is going to be hotly contested. It's going to have, for the most part, more than one other team in them. And you mentioned CONQUEROR. They're on the outskirts, but they're in a position where they're able to third party, and that was just a little bit sloppy from Rad. Sometimes there's a time to engage and there's a time not to. That was a time not to engage like that.
I actually also like the position coming through from Twisted Minds. You can see them coming into the zone, maybe not here on our screens, but they have moved along this coastal line. They've got Rolkers scouting out of positions in 963 as RTG. Maybe caught out here by Powerful, but behind the wall enough to not fall down. Is now arrested to split from Twisted Minds comes further, and I would expect him to try hold on to this more bridge side. As we said, there's still a chance that it could go through to that more South Island, and that's why I think they do see a world where the lighthouse, where you see the bridge being more in control by Twisted Minds.
I think this position is good for YaLLa, but I feel like they could be a bit too tunnel vision on RTG and coming into phase 3 if they're not quick enough to react and be aware of what's going on around them. They could get backstabbed by Triple D's. Next circle pops up. It shifts over towards the northeast. The center of Ferry Pier is in line with the center of the circle. You do have the edge of the western bridge and a compound that's on the high ground of the coastline in play. The garage is also a good place to hold on to, although with its own risks.
Garage could be more risky. I think CONQUEROR probably one of the better positions here in between the two, but again, being so centered inside of the zone, could be risky. I think in this sense, going very pure Imperium, A little bit tunnel vision if teams do go very close into the zone. He's still out of the ring, still quarry is available, still, as we said, where Twisted Minds are around this lighthouse. It's still all available to these teams, and it's much better than risking your position in maybe a more solidified spot, but also riskier spot, a more congested location inside of the map. It's RTG beginning to engage in a fight versus YaLLa as the nade's over on towards Hopen.
Good play by YaLLa, reacting to the circle shift pretty well by recognizing they needed to push RTG. They needed it to maybe kind of stop themselves from getting third party from hills up above, more on the edge of the circle. So pushing into those compounds, the risk is still there, but I think for the most part, it's working out for YaLLa. Hopen is isolated on his own as Sanji was taken down. And after some great pre-firing for Hopen, looking for the second and deep. Worked out for her.
That was not how you play it. They weren't going up at the same time. RG. Slight error, Imperium, when it comes to the timing of getting up that staircase together and Hopen able to find a 2-piece so easily. There goes the third. Only one will get away for RTG, but it's all but done and dusted. The damage by YaLLa Esports.
Phase 3 blue zone is closing in. Stalwart do have the Ferry Pier hillside. It was given over to them by CONQUEROR, who committed more to those Ferry Pier buildings down on the coastline of the mainland. Nigma Galaxy, they committed very early on the rotation, and they still have a full squad up. But 1million have the very kind of, I forget exactly what it is. It's the direct pier, right? It's the key of the Ferry Pier. They have that locked down.
They're going over to the edge here of Ferry Pier, looking over towards the gangway in on towards the ocean. Rico Infinity Esports also pushing vote into the warehouse of NASR as the nade over the top tries to find one. The cars flying each way and everywhere. So is that nade, but it slices down somehow into the face of Bandar, and Bandar feels so bad about it as that a revive comes back through, but a knock back in onto NASR slows the engagement onto Rico Infinity. Also, more nades, also finding Miracle slices its way out, but not enough for ONEMILLION. And now he bruised by Rico Infinity. Ida caught on the back though as Hamco moves in, but the damage, as we said, is inside the warehouse. Is going so well, but so badly now as a turn, but Bandar is there to save it. And it's down to the 1v1 here between Rico and NASR. NASR so desperately need these points. They look for the turn, and they find it, run straight over the head of Rico Infinity. And Rico down at 16th.
Oh my god, not gonna lie, this was not a pretty fight overall. NASR got definitely a little bit lucky. I really like how Rico approached it. The one player from NASR who ended up going down was a bit of a saving grace on the outside of the warehouse, but I feel like they should have disengaged a little bit earlier on. It's so incredibly difficult to win out a fight inside that compound warehouse. The next circle centers up quite nicely. CONQUEROR, Nigma, Rad, Revolution, 1million, along with 963 and Twisted Minds, cluster the south half of this circle.
Oh, and Triple T, we only watched them fall as YaLLa bite them into the dust as all three drop, and it's 7 eliminations already for YaLLa. And it's only begun phase 4. They still got to get closer in. If YaLLa can keep this up, this is the game they need, Imperium, to also resurge themselves back on top of the leaderboard.
The domino effect of pushing on to RGG as early as they did allowed them then to protect their backs and take out Triple D from behind. Really well played. It's going to be a little bit tougher for them to enter the circle on that northwestern side. Yeah, okay, Dunak is holding it down, but KAMIKAZE is a little bit more towards that straight central east/southeast, southwest side of the circle, which allows them to maybe third party YaLLa and Dunak.
All the positions, though, taken up, and it's a risky move for YaLLa to go so far in. Powerful is going to be the scout to try to solidify one position inside of the zone, at least as the rest re-rotate in through Gatka Fields. The information given over to them. The rest here of NASR, also another knock against them. I believe that is the Falcons joining in on fight. Unfortunately for NASR, they aren't out of the woods yet with Falcons overlooking them.
Nigma Still holding down Fairy Piers, a full squad, 0 eliminations so far in this game. 14 teams left, 47 players alive. Twisted Minds, big spread they have on the east/southeastern side of this phase 4. I look at them as really being able to control this game quite confidently. But 9-6-3, they're together as a full squad, nearer to the center of the circle. I look at them as a pretty big threat inside this game number 4.
Albeit though, YaLLa, they've got now inside of the zone too, and they've found themselves all three still there. Crucially, Dunak are overlooking them though. They know someone is here, but for Dunak to situate themselves in this fight is also a concern because the zone is closing in Imperium, and Dunak, and like the rest of these teams, do not know which way it's going to go.
Oh my god, NASR go down. There's only so much they were able to deal with. Be whittled down to 2 off the back of taking out Rico Infinity. They had a long way to travel to make it into this phase 5 that has shifted down south towards Ferry Pier. That's why Twisted Minds split was just so good on this southeastern side of the circle. And once again, they're able to use this shift to their advantage.
Dunak still overlooking YaLLa. YaLLa looking for the push in. The zone, as we say, has gone far away from both of them. Ragnar actually only going to try to bait out the shots to try scout out a position. Any opponent is far ahead, but now that no one fires, maybe we get the full sense of security, but no one is here, and Dunak still very patiently waiting on the backside, but also the concern is finally phase 5. It closes are now in, and all of these teams need to make a further assault in onto the zone. But if you at home want to get your own piece of the prize, well, it's there on the screen. Go to the Media official esports channel, Facebook and YouTube, and input the correct answer during break and get a chance to win permanent results. There's only a permanent position here for KAMIKAZE. It's put down into the dirt. Is Revolution all over the top of him, but so is everyone else. Dunak full sending it in as this is eliminations everywhere as KAMIKAZE somehow still alive.
All hell has broken loose. The dam is breaking right now as teams scramble to make it into the edge of the circle every which way but loose on that western side. The Ferry Pier buildings allowing a couple of players, a couple of teams able to at least initially make it in, but then you have the barrage of nades, the barrage of bullets from teams who are a little bit more solidified. And as you can see, it's a lot harder for KAMIKAZE. They're able to fend off Revolution, but Stalwart are a little bit behind them. Easy taking his time as the rest of his team get a couple of revives off.
KAMIKAZE still, though, they're not out of the smoke yet. They're not into the clearing as Kante still not in a safe position. Nigma also closing in behind them. There they begin to summit, but I think they're looking more over towards here, the side of Revolution. Revolution, the bigger threat for them, but as is looking for the nade over. Almost hits Ralph to death, but it's not going to be the not confirmed. Fails a flash bang through, but it's not going to help them in the 3v1.
They don't know where that nade came from, and Aziz steps up, get the double knock, I think followed by a triple, and that's a 1v4! With the help of Rad, it's a 1v3! KAMIKAZE take down Nigma!
No right should have Aziz had to get that 1v4 Imperium, but by golly, he got it. And Kante, now with the rest of their team, Adatu can begin to summit, can begin to assault onto Revolution. The nade, the smoke's not going to hit true just yet. And off the back of their momentum, they've got to combo. They've got to take the breath. They've got to take the moment, but they can't because it's the back end. Rad shuts down Dar. And now from that third party, it's all going to pieces for KAMIKAZE.
Oh my god, and as it all went down, the circle shifts on over to the east, and once again, Twisted Minds control. They rip through the players of Falcons as easy as that. Slicing a piece of that pecan pie that is this fourth game in Erangel to set themselves up for another confident finish. We continue. The trend is Revolution and KAMIKAZE getting ever closer.
Revolution, they still have not moved though. Through the fights of Nigma, through the fight of KAMIKAZE, finally they look for their moment. As dark as it is, a full sending it in onto the zone, and they make it work. But Conqueror, Gallagher is there, but gets sniped back by Aziz. And Aziz is somehow still alive inside of his zone, but he needs to move in further.
KAMIKAZE, you woke up in this game 4 and you chose absolute violence.
Violence, so is the answer as Revolution is taking another 3 knocks for Kante. But it's double 1v3. Kante wants a piece of it too. And KAMIKAZE, yes, he still needs to get onto the zone, but to make it this far, there was no right that KAMIKAZE should have been alive to this point in the game.
Oh yeah, they took risks, but you know what? You don't get anywhere in life, in PUBG Mobile, if you don't take risks sometimes. That's exactly what KAMIKAZE did, and they've been rewarded for it. Down on the south side, 1 million. I said they were holding on to the key. Down south of Conqueror, and now they're striking massively.
And Stalwart down to KAMIKAZE, just get another. Dunak taken out as well. They've fought their way through the entire western side through 4 to 5 teams, but finally on the south, some more action as 1 million. Looking over the fight versus KONQUEROR. KONQUEROR already lost Gallagher to KAMIKAZE. Keep in mind, it's a 3-on-3. It's now 1 million. Surfacing underneath the ground floor, avoiding the zone as it barely keeps the house in play. In 1million Esports, they know on the ground floor they've got to move further, though, as phase 6 is gone back up. Another northern shift, and you need to clear out KONQUEROR first behind. The one now down as KONQUEROR looking for the revive behind the edge of the staircase for 1 million. They're upstairs. Now they know. Now they're searching. Nade back over. Can it find any? No, it does not. They avoid it. Jabal finds one. No, and they're being run over. Now Zakaria comes in, finds a 2, finds a 3-piece. And 1 million. A perfect, did you say, execution of KONQUEROR rack.
They do have to now move out of the buildings in towards the southern edge of the circle, and I think Twisted Minds are going to have their number. Look at the control. The spread Twisted Minds have this game. I highlighted as well 963. Maybe they've been a little bit more quiet on that northern side, but the circle pushing in their direction now allows them to move and take an element of control into the final moments of this game.
In 1million Esports, they have at least found their positioning. KAMIKAZE, they're still alive, but we're down to 2 players. They lost one in the back of the engagement behind 1 million in KONQUEROR rack. Twisted Minds were the ones who found the elimination through. And there comes the extra 1-2 from 963. Messi, Zuxi shuts them away.
Easy with the knock on the Rokas. Vigors is taken down. Twisted Minds left with kind of 2, now turning it up onto 3. All that while 963 able to take down KAMIKAZE. Just could be a 963 chicken dinner.
It could indeed, but 963, they need to hold off the zone. They're still closing in. They're still got an angry 2-piece of 1 million. They've still got an angry 3 of Twisted Minds. Coming in further into the zone. That's the extra one they need, though. Twisted Minds fighting the other team. Now finds the 1 onto 1 million. And it's Twisted Minds looking for the duo. But they didn't check behind them. Zuxi knocks into Itty for the elimination. And it's the next one that goes down as Dami also to fall. And Twisted Minds, they barely survive into at least second. But it's only Rokas to show for it. And the captain of the team cannot put a performance this Valorant up as Nosa finds him, and then the rest of them close on in. Rokas, I think the time is numbered, and there comes the extra spray through, and there comes Swipe 3 with a chicken dinner.
What a game. Great closeout by 963. I highlighted him a little bit earlier on, along with Twisted Minds between the north and the eastern side of those circles, and it just continued to shift in that direction, right? That was one of the biggest benefits to both of those teams, able to close out a top 2 result. But this was easily, I would arguably put up there as the most entertaining PMPL Arabia game, not only because of some kind of awkward circle shifts, but I saw so much from KAMIKAZE in terms of just brute force, taking the risks, a little bit of opportunistic play. I'm just kind of going, oh my God, what is happening right in front of me? And they were the rulers of the West. They were the kings of the West, and they fully deserved the result they got. Very, very well done, Kamikaze. I want to see more games with that kind of confidence.
Look, Kamikaze, 10 eliminations for them. A stellar performance that we would already expected out of the top of here in the PMPL Arabia, but they show it when it counts. 963 also showing up with a chicken dinner too. Needed these points as well, and it seems to be here in day 2 Imperium, the resurgence of the lower teams coming back in onto the top of the leaderboard and fighting, saying we are not out just yet.
1,000,000. Take a bow, sons. Very well played. Only 5 eliminations. It was a bit of a weird game from them, right? Because they had a 3-1 split between Primorsk and Military Island. And I think we got to phase 2 or phase 3. And one of the players that was in Primorsk actually got in a boat, drove to the edge of Military Island, picked up Edie, and then drove them back in towards the corner of Ferry Pier. So it was a little bit of a weird game from 1,000,000 in terms of an unorthodox rotations. But when push came to shove, they went in onto CONQUEROR and they got themselves a squad out and got themselves a hell of a lot of points.
It was so important, though, because CONQUEROR going down, it means, again, we're trying to stop the points, trying to stop the climb of those in the top and those in the bottom. As we say, the lower team is trying to catch up to them. Rico and DDD Esports, another disappointing game from them. It was all down to NASR with their 4 and only elimination points on top of them, at least securing a little bit of those placement of these elimination points, should I say. But it's still down to not just Rico, but I think many of these other teams on that first page currently of the overall rankings. Falcons, Nigma, Triple D, all 3 of them also struggling.
Like CONQUEROR in the last 3 games have gotten themselves 13, 12, and 19 points. That's the Rico Infinity level of consistency, right? They are 27 points ahead of second place alone. They're then another, 12th, nearly ahead of third place. Right now, CONQUEROR are starting to low-key run away with it. That's an average in 10 games, Highland Wolf, of 13.7 points per game. That's incredible consistency and incredible averages.
And it's considering that they've also had 1-2 point games, how huge those other games must have been for them. But I said it, I whispered it there, 6 points between 3rd and 8th position, at least here in Imperium. Wow. It is so close between all of these teams, it is not even funny.
I'm actually blown away with that. I'm really glad you pointed out where we highlighted different aspects of the top leaderboard. Moving on to the second page, Revolution in 9th, 963 off the back of that chicken dinner have jumped up into 10th place overall, only 1 point behind Revolution and Rad down below in 11th. Unfortunately, RTG, they had moved into 12th in the previous game in Sanhok. Now they're back down to 16th.
Look, there may be a gap for those teams down at the bottom, but as we check out the best upper moments, we get to see at least how some of them were able to climb up, and it all came off of NASR beheading down the Kings of Rico Infinity Esports.
Yeah, that's just something we weren't necessarily expecting, especially the area we saw. And YaLLa, I think their performance in this game was a little bit overshadowed by Kamikaze in towards the tail end, because they had some really good fights on the edge of the circle. Maybe a lack of direction or a lack of risk taken in the tail end of their journey in the previous game, but it was still a very good initial start for YaLLa.
Look, yeah, they got 7 kills off the back of those initial 2 fights, but Kamikaze for sure stole the show. They're also 1,000,000 cleaning up out CONQUEROR with their own 4 kills, at least bring themselves to that 3rd position. But Twisted Minds too, respectable 2nd place in 963 with their overall chicken dinner.
Just such a good game. really incredible stuff. And you can also get yourself incredible luck with the lucky drop. Go to the MENA official esports channel over on Facebook, YouTube, input the correct answer during the break and get a chance to win permanent rewards. So watch the stream, answer the questions, win rewards. What more do you want, Highland Wolf?
What more do I want? Well, I want a little bit of spice in my life. I want some Miramar here to Imperium because that's the next game up above. But I'm going to hold it because it's just before a quick ad break. We'll see you guys then. Two more games here for day two of the PMPL Arabia Spring Splits in the finals. But Imperium, it's down to these teams if Miramar is going to be their forte. But if you want to cheer them on at home, you can by jumping onto the conversation and using the hashtag PMPL on all of our social media down below on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and also on TikTok as well. Imperium, it seems to be, as we said, from now one RTG through to 963 having good days. We've also seen a resurgence of some of our other lower placed teams such as 1Million fighting back too, and KAMIKAZE. It seems to be a day of that second page leaderboard showing, as I said, fighting back and saying that they deserve a spot here as well.
I hope that this is a little bit of a turnaround for Rico. They've had now two somewhat poor performances. I think 1-0 pointers in the last two games, and they can't allow CONQUEROR to continue on the upward trend and create an even bigger cushion coming into game three. Miramar is their strongest map. In yesterday's two games, they had an average of 22.5 points per game. You take into account the first Miramar game of today, and it means they lie on an average of 19 points per game in their Miramar map alone. So I'm kind of looking at that, and I'm banking on them having a strong performance in this fifth game.
Look, CONQUEROR have also had pretty strong results. So on Miramar Imperium, they too have had their own chicken dinner as well on Miramar in these finals. Game 5 yesterday, got to see if they can get again another chicken dinner, because it feels like it's been a while since CONQUEROR chicken dinners after their streak yesterday.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like you are right about that with CONQUEROR, but again, that Rico can't really control that outside of hot dropping on CONQUEROR, so that's why I just more talk in terms of Rico controlling their own narrative in the overall standings, and even if CONQUEROR have a good game and Rico have a bit of a stronger game, it's not as much of a positive close off for Rico, but it's going to be better than going down in the opposite direction. It's going to be better than that gap being created bigger for Rico. So it's good that you mentioned about CONQUEROR, but Rico, of course, they shouldn't be really thinking about CONQUEROR, because that means the CONQUEROR are living rent free in their heads.
CONQUEROR, they've been doing well so far, but as we said, it's up against them versus. So let's jump in to our final Miramar game of. So I think there's been big resurgence. It's not from our lower place teams, but also the likes here of Falcons, also like YaLLa, Nigma, also putting maybe a slip on their pathway through some recent games too, like Rico, but they also have been making it there.
The playing path is upon us, going from east down to southwest. It's generally quite central, and I like the fact that it's going from the east over to the west. It's going to allow these teams to generally get to their drop spots for the time being. Triple D going towards Impala, 1Million going to be heading towards the Al-Azhar, in towards the split around Junkyard as well, while Falcons are going to go to Cruz Duval. Phase 1, where art thou, Phase 1? Where in the map will you punish these teams? That's what I want to know.
Look, I thought you were supposed to be the nice one, Imperium. You're saying about punishing these teams. Do I have to now take over your role and be like the nice guy in this out of the two of us? Because I thought I was supposed to be the evil one sending the zone down south once more.
Oh my god, this is deja
exactly
vu.
The same.
We had it in the Erangel game on Phase 1, although it did end
we
up
had
going...
it in day 1 too. We had it in day 1 too. Man. I don't know what it is. It's the finals, man. It's the finals.
Okay, so here's my rough theory. Okay. Here's my Illuminati level of theory, right? in the first Erangel game, right, the circle started in a certain area, and it shifted over a little bit more towards the west. For the most part, a little bit more towards the west, right? But in the next Erangel game, it started in the same area, but it ended more towards the east, okay? That's one part of my theory. In Miramar, in the first Miramar game of the day, it started in this same area, and it kind of shifted a little bit more towards the west/northwest, right? So in this game, based on my theory, it means we're going to have an island finish.
Is that what we're getting? We're getting an island finish? Imperial!
It's my Illuminati theory, but that's it. I'm putting it out there.
You can't excite me like this, okay? My little baby heart can't take it. You're telling me an island finish? I've only ever had one of those, and that was all the way back in the PMGC. I've missed the island finish, Imperium. I've missed it.
I know. Look, the chances of it happening are very slim, but I thought I'd put it out there based on what we've seen so far, and why the hell not? Why the absolute blue hell not? Now, Stalwart UAE Highland have gotten pretty close towards this edge of Los Leones, and that might put a little bit of a threat onto NASR's position. It is because of that kind of playing path, which has allowed to Stalwart UAE to create a bit more of a heavy spread. Plus, maybe they've learned from the previous game and thought, okay, well, we can look to put a bit more pressure on that east of Los Leones and take a bit of landscape away from NASR in the early parts of this game.
Do you know what I'm disappointed, though? Do you know what I'm absolutely disappointed on? Is we don't get to see in this tournament YaLLa and Falcons go up against Picado, because it used to be like the highlight, okay, Imperium, of all of last year. YaLLa versus Falcons. Now, Falcons usually would come out on top. YaLLa, I'm surprised they're still here, to be honest, and Falcons have left. Falcons obviously opting to go up towards more Al-Azhar side in recent days, and YaLLa being re-allowed to go back in onto Picado free of charge. I am just surprised that Falcons were one who moved, because Falcons were the one usually on top.
Even though they would usually come out on top, at the end of the day, in a hot drop, nobody wins. Right? Realistically, nobody wins. So I respect Falcons for disengaging away and opting to give Picado over to YaLLa, as Ragnarok is going to give himself a bit of a free elimination onto Stalwart, and that will send a message to Stalwart and say, okay, you want to try and threaten us? Well, make sure you actually know what you're doing, my friend. NASR, good job.
Still continuing for Stalwart. A little bit of a tricky 360, 720 flip. It looks pretty darn cool, but NASR disagrees. Still, though, still going to get back on into the car. We're going to be safe for another day. That was a little bit dangerous. So, I mean, as beautiful as it looks, so Imperium. I mean, I love my 720s, okay? Don't do it in front of someone else when it's sniping you.
Well, aren't you meant to pull stunts in front of an audience? Right?
Not this type of audience. Not this type of audience, Imperium, okay?
No, fair point. Over on the western side of the circle, you have Rad, currently in a bit of a 2-2 split. They have more of a 2-1-1, to be perfectly honest. There are two individual players outside of Picado, and then the two other players together outside of the phase 1 circle. I don't really mind that. Inside this phase number 1, they will want to be aware that there is a team Kamikaze in around the Chumacera area that Twisted Minds like to go to Monte Nuevo. I don't think Twisted Minds are going to be too much of a threat, because generally they like to leave it a little bit late moving into these early circles. And I do want to see a correction. Highland Wolf from Nigma Galaxy, I really felt like they moved into phase 1 in the first Miramar game a bit too late, and going a little bit earlier might fare off a little bit better for them.
So could we say that the rotations for Nigma are potentially a problem here? Because I feel like we are oftentimes saying for Nigma Imperium that the rotations are too late or too early, or maybe too far or too short. So is this something that we need to improve?
It is, of course, and you're not always going to get it right, but they're an experienced enough team to be able to put themselves in a position to adapt quicker than other teams. It's getting to the point, especially in these finals, where we need to start holding them to that high standard they reached in PMGC, or at least wanting that from them, right? That's often what can make the next year of a sport or any kind of traditional sport so harder to match when you've had such a good season before, such a good year before, because now Nigma Galaxy know that they're coming into this PMPL when it matters, needing to perform at the high standard they reached in the PMGC finals.
Still, it's got to be tough. The pressure definitely felt for them. I have to sympathize Imperium constantly being drawn back to that third place in PMGC. Yes, it was great, but we know in competitions and esports generally, that having that pressure from one year can unfortunately correlate into a little bit of a negative result coming into that next year after. Hopefully, it's going to be very different for Nigma in this case for them. They have a clear road in onto the zone. It should be an easy first phase to enter on into. No real pressure, unlike here on towards the end of Church and Chumisera. Rod going to find one onto Kante, and there comes the initial knock. Kante forced back along with the rest of KAMIKAZE, but we're going to suffer at least one elimination for it.
Clearly stronger train of thought and stronger level of synergy from Rad in that moment to what I said was a 2-1-1 split to join up around that Church on the western side of the phase 1 circle, and KAMIKAZE, yeah, they needed to be aware of them, and that's why they moved into that Church position as a full squad. It allowed them to really shoot KAMIKAZE down outside of Chumisera, and now KAMIKAZE are going to have twisted minds breathing down their neck outside of the circle.
Phase 1 of that circle is closing in though as well. Imperium in between the fight, still Revolution and NASR skirmishing a little bit here as that next phase will close in. Not sure if that's the exact moment they want to go. It's going to be down towards the south side, and it's going to be a zone where a lot of a tricky terrain is going to be in play.
Los Higos finish, please, thank you very much.
Stop it, Imperium. Stop it.
I don't know what it is, man. I think it's just because it's the 5th game of the day, and I know we have one after the 6th side is coming out to play. But this circle is indeed very tricky. But I love this area of the map. It's a less played area of the map, right? So that's where maybe the experience and the knowledge of some of these teams will allow them to really become successful in positioning in terms of control leading into phase 3. There's a lot of high grounds in between the roadsides on both the west and the eastern side of the circle, but that center isn't really a place you want to hold down this early in the game.
I would argue Los Leones, in this sense, is slightly easier to hold down, slightly better position. I mean, you can go down towards that more open side. You can try to get in, if you're early enough, onto that more hilltop. But the problem with a hilltop, Imperium, is there's always, it's never been true in the Miramar sense, a place higher than where you are in that hillside down to the south coastline. There's always going to be someone looking over you as long as you aren't inside of that city. If you are going to try hold that location, it can be great for kills. It can be great for trying to catch teams rotating along that roadside, but the catch is that you can also be taken out yourself.
CONQUEROR nearly getting caught out by 1million, a little bit of a tickle from each other, but for the most part they're looking to avoid it. NASR should have heard some of those shots being sprayed out now by KAMIKAZE. That will put them on a little bit of high alert, plus 963 as well on the very northern edge of the circle. Cluster teams around the edge of Los Leones. This is where the path lines and like I said, awareness really comes out to play, because most teams won't look to rotate directly through Los Leones. So playing around the edge means you have a funnel of teams getting a lot closer to each other in rotations inside this phase 2. And this is where something that Zute said to me way back at the start of last year in PMCO North America. Sometimes the unorthodox direct rotation straight through somewhere can be quite effective. So if a team did want to go straight through Los Leones in this kind of phase 2 and end up down the southern side, it really wouldn't be a bad shout.
Look, if they want to go take those wider rotations, it's possible, but you've got to make sure you're doing it quickly now, as we are already approaching the end of phase 2 into phase 3. Teams have already begun to establish themselves, and I think if you are going to go towards more of that even wester side though, Imperium, you also have to be worried about these teams as you move down that mountainside too. Yes, the zone is nice now, but if it goes into that south shift, you are running the risk of having to fight a lot of those teams on that side.
Not really happy with how late Falcons are coming into the edge of the circle for the most part. I would like some earlier rotations coming out from them, especially considering they would have been one of the earliest teams pushing in as Phase 3 does show itself up and it centralizes in the mainland of this Miramar map away from the coastline for the most part. A good 40 to, actually no, I'd say a good 70% of Los Leones is still inside this Phase 3 revolution. They're going to react extremely quickly. Highland along with Dunak, who have a good position on that northwest side.
CONQUEROR in the fight though as YaLLa begin to press in into the zone, but being caught on the outside of the zone as Grosser overlooking one side, Rever on the other. At least found one knock. Itty now down, but Zakara is on the other side. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Is also CONQUEROR find themselves only now beginning to revive back, but the same cannot be said here for YaLLa. As Jabal and Zakara, I think, will just give this elimination up and then move away from the fight.
It's more the fact that Jabal and Zakari are just so far away from each other that the support isn't really going to be there for any kind of trade-off, and Jabal is just better off trying to disengage away and play on the southern roadside where Falcons are currently rotating through or around that area and hopefully make his way into the southern edge of the circle. Great play by CONQUEROR to back up as a full squad 2-2 split either side of the road. NASR now being put under pressure by Rico, Infinity, while Revolution continue to hold on to 2-1-1 split in the center part of the circle.
Unfortunate for Zakari, you really need those type of knocks to be able to make anything worthwhile. And instead now, Zakari gives their position away, but CONQUEROR are not involved or not willing to put up the chase here. Is still head back over to this other fight, but as you said, NASR and Rico Infinity Esports. Rico Infinity trying to catch out Hassan, but the BP bus already far away, and now the rest here of NASR, another two trying to escape.
Jabal gets knocked on his way into the circle. Down he will go, followed by the final player of YaLLa at the hands of 963. It just became too hot for them to handle in the desert terrain of Miramar. Twisted Minds have a 2-1-1 split on the southwestern edge of the circle. Nigma Galaxy a little bit further down south in their own little spread. I like how a lot of teams are really positioned inside this circle, bar the teams that are coming in late, such as Team Falcons and to an extent Triple D. Most of the other teams have some really strong positions laid down.
A lot, though, still to come in the decision of Phase 4 Imperium. Where it's going to stay up towards Los Leones, where it's going to come down to these hills. These little ridges down on the south end of the desert, and Falcons, they feel in that pain of Triple D. They find a beautiful spot onto Damar, and now Never Alone, forced to throw out the smoke. Forced to throw out the smoke against Stalwart here as Falcons are beginning to feel themselves surrounded, particularly with this zone going down to the south side. It doesn't help Falcons because more and more teams are going to be rotating on into Falcons' position too.
And that's why they need to clean up this fight as quickly as possible. They do have the members of Triple D
that was beautiful.
By Never Alone cleans up two of the Triple D players. Humam is left on his own. Sorry,
they needed that nade.
I didn't realize that Gates is still alive.
Gates is still alive, and he's still putting out the pressure here on the other side. Imperium, Never Alone, also going to try wrap back around, wrap down towards the south end of this zone, realizing, as you say, that Gape is still alive, that there's still two potentially there. But here is a problem that CONQUEROR now catching themselves out, but also catching themselves, or should I say catching Triple D out for themselves here as Rio finds themselves knocked themselves on the kill feed. Triple D moving back up to Hammam on top of the hillside, willing to just take on a position of scouting between the two teams.
Overall, I think that's very well balanced by Falcons. They prioritize having 1 or 2 players a little bit on the edge of the circle while still covering their backs and not allowing Triple D to really punish them too effectively. So well handled by Falcon, but the hard work is still to come for all of these teams on the eastern side. 963, CONQUEROR, Iraq, Stalwart, 963, even RTG on the very southern edge of the circle.
Triple D, Humam is still there, has to move further in, but he's only going to continue to move in onto Falcons. Falcons instead taking another fight now against Stalwart. From fight to fight is CONQUEROR opting instead to go for 963, but Zuxi dashes out the nade on into Rio. A second one goes slightly short, but Zuxi here with still Izza holding down the fort in the 2-2 split that CONQUEROR trying to hold.
The other 2 players from CONQUEROR really need to try and provide that level of support to an extent. I don't really get why they have a bit of a 2-2 split at this stage of the game. Harima takes advantage, but it's going to get traded by Hamo of NASR.
NASR all the way up to the top though with this hillside Imperium. They're the one sniping down from way afar in this fight, but it's going to impact CONQUEROR so much they lose out that entire end of the 2-2 split, because now it's much more free for here 963 to continue to move further in. 963 bailed out by NASR as a result.
Twisted Minds and YaLLa are going to get very close to comfort on the western side of the map. Pilot was something we need to consider. Dunak continue to have a pretty good spread on that northwestern side, and Nigma Galaxy pushed quite deep into the center of this phase 4. 3-1 split. I do like it.
Rico Infinity looting out 1-2 versus here also Rad. NASR putting in the pressure. 963 also going to find themselves almost here wiped as CONQUEROR finds one, but it's here to the end of Triple D falling out first before them.
Oh no, NASR, I think it's gone from hero to zero as maybe they bit off more than they could chew. That 2-2 split maybe not quite working out. Hassan is able to at least stay alive. Miracle is a little bit north on the other side of the road, taking on the whole of Rico.
And Twisted Minds, you said about them taking his fight, they're still here versus YaLLa. Both of them know the importance of this position coming in through on the west side, and it's Twisted Minds 1-for-1 trade on the knocks, but they're both trying to go for the revives, reset in the fight. But Dami, the second one to go down here for Twisted Minds, is going to cause a big stop in the plans for them.
Good stuff by YaLLa, but the circle is shifted down south, so they only have a limited amount of time to clean up this fight before the blue zone starts to put a bit of pressure, and maybe one of the other teams a little bit on the northern side are going to try and push forward and overtake this northwestern side of this circle.
But YaLLa, they're not interested in the fight, as you said. It's Dunak here on top of them. A nade over the head of Sanji. And it's a third party they're looking for. Rico Infinity, a third game in a row. They'll fall down in 14th position there. Low again. The Twisted Minds, they might just join them right here if they cannot stabilize themselves. Versus YaLLa. 2 now down for them. It's the opportunity open. The door available to walk through. But to Twisted Minds, slam it in the face of the final 2 YaLLa players. As they are beginning to split, looking one into the zone, the rest of the 2 trying to hold off Dunak as well, continuing the pressure on top. It's there, Sanji will or be caught, but Ragnar will. Sanji goes down from behind, and Dunak, life sets out the table and lays it all for a meal of YaLLa to be eaten and gobbled up.
Hoping, just like I'm hoping to get the hell out of there and avoid this fight. He's able to move into the northern edge of the circle, Highland Wolf. That leaves Dunak and Twisted Minds to take their own little bit of an isolated fight, but that's not going to be the case, as Dunak is going to push forward on towards that solo player. YaLLa, well, Twisted Minds are going to focus a little bit more on towards that eastern side and holding their own ground. Down YaLLa go.
YaLLa subdued by Dunak. The third party too strong, but it's a fourth from Rad, who won a bit of Dunak too. And they sensed the fight. The fight was slow, and now Dunak have to take a second. As there's Blue Zone pressuring against him, but can the shots aim true? No knocks against Dunak just yet, and because of this, Rad opting again to try avoid the fight though and move elsewhere in the north side into the zone. Instead, punishing at Revolution, one knockdown against him.
Oh my god, the circle shift. Nigma Galaxy. You couldn't be gifted any better of a shift. They have a 4-man spread in the near center of the circle up towards the north side where all of the action has really come down over on towards the east. CONQUEROR still alive. RTG still alive as a full squad, no doubt.
Right, they are still alive though. It is 5 kills over to Rad. If they can only try to find a position, try to push him further forward, but it is here. You at home can grab yourself a lucky item drop by going to the Media Official Esports channel, Facebook and YouTube, and input the correct answer, guys. During the break, you get a chance to win the permanent rewards, but the rewards are all in the kills and the eliminations here at CONQUEROR Iraq. There's 9 already for them, but they've only got 2 players remaining.
Don't count out KAMIKAZE on the south edge as well, Highland Wolf. They have a couple of buildings in their sights, but how are they going to be able to disengage should the circle shift away from them? Clever Dunak. It's going to go down. You highlighted Rad. They're now up to 6 eliminations.
6, but can they reach up to 7? Dunak, Arif goes all the way in. It's such a risky rotation. Lifeboat follows up, but Arif is already downed. And there it might be the extra as CONQUEROR will fall first, but then so similarly do Dunak also.
And all that does is leaves an easy peasy lemon squeezy for Nigma Galaxy to control that northern side. They have Roof a little bit further in the center, looking down south, while 3 of the players cover the ground in which Rad has laid down on the north side.
RTG. They've also got 4, 3 still up. They might lose over a second. There goes Volt. Ralph finds it, but Hamodi snipped straight back by the edge of Rad. Twisted Minds also fighting on the front end. As you said, they've got a position here on the western side. They've got space in onto the zone, but they need to hold it. This is more of this south side, all of the eastern front. Enigma, they are struggling to hold it as these knocks begin to come into fruition. Rad looking for more, but Desha caught on a window. Munir didn't have the angle, and their lord will be able to escape for now, but Munir is hunting him down, knows how low they are, goes upstairs, but only to reload. Back in further forward as Desha looking also for the revive. I think the Munir, if they can look for the revive potentially here, we get 2 players back up. Yes, it is risky, but that Molly stops the plans from Rad. It's beautiful from Lord to cancel out any idea of that revive coming through.
Such a difficult end game for Nigma. They started the shift in the previous circle, having 2 players knocked, but they've been able to get back up as a full squad. Rad now down to a solo. The circle shifts down south right into the loving arms of KAMIKAZE. Plus, Twisted Minds looking good on the west.
Nigma surviving past at least Rad. 5 kills now for them, the top 5 confirmed, but the zone shifts away. Imperium now phase 7. It's gone away from almost everyone. KAMIKAZE really the only benefactors from this next shift is Hassan. Aldenay bounces up and Hassan lives.
For now. Can't believe RTG has gotten themselves back up as a full squad, Highland Wolf. Their resilience is there. They're over the east. Can they take down KAMIKAZE?
KAMIKAZE, they won't be taken down just yet. Kaito will eliminate it away. Kante finds the extra second elimination for them. down to 2 for Twisted Minds. 2 eliminations for them as well. But it's KAMIKAZE's position, keep in mind, is also still not in that zone. Eventually, as this phase 7 closes in, everyone needs to move, and RTG the first, maybe biting their nails, and a bit of nervousness here is because Nigma Galaxy, they've already found 1, they found J9, and it reduces them down to a lower deficit in players.
This is good for Nigma. Pushing on the eastern side means they're not going to get punished over on the west. Isolated nades, left, right, and center.
Left, right, down they go into the final one. Kasarum is in the center of that smoke. Nigma may have pushed past him. They may have thought the fight's already done. Kasarum is still there from behind, and as they fight this fight versus KAMIKAZE, Kasarum could come in. Lord falls off into the blue, and it's a little bit of a disaster here from Nigma, as immediately they lose 2. And RTG are still alive as Freak almost goes down to the fight to 1v1. Now versus Offman. Down from the lower ground, though, it's a trickier angle to find the bullets. They've only got the Uzi, switches back into the main automatic. Freak goes back in for the next round of fire. Ralph, straight over the top, though, is enough to take down KAMIKAZE. Kasarum will not stop Nigma Galaxy. Ralph straight behind, and Twisted Minds pick at least up second as Rolkiz goes in for what could be only his death.
1v3, it's well within his rights, it's well within his possibilities as he punches the air, moves about, tries to make less noise, but he can't, because if he rushes it, he makes noise. He uses his footsteps.
Waits, finds 1, finds 2, but he can't find the 3rd. It was so close. I thought Twisted Minds would steal it again, Imperium, but they couldn't get the chicken dinner. Still second place in a chicken dinner. Over to Nigma Galaxy. This makes 2 now for Nigma, and they needed those points to be able to get back on top.
It was scary at one point when they had 2 players knocked inside that compound, but because I think, understandably, maybe teams were a little bit, not afraid to push them, but weren't in a massive position to push. Rad did try to take advantage of that, but it was that one initial knock onto, I think, one of the 2 or 3 remaining Rad players that really slowed Rad down, and in the end, revives came through and Nigma were able to come out on top. Not suffering any casualties was really important in their push over on towards that eastern side, and then overall in the end taking the chicken dinner. It was a confident game for Nigma. It really, I would argue, like their most confident game in the PMPL Arabia Finals so far. Maybe I'm wrong with that, but it certainly looked that way.
No, I agree. It looked like they had the zone, I think, at first, and it looked like, oh, okay, this is going to be a Nigma game, but then it got harder. Nigma had to fight for it. In those 13 eliminations, they all came towards the end when these teams started to put under pressure at the same time onto Nigma. But as you say, they handled it like a pro team that we expected them to be, and 28 points deservedly to them.
Twisted Minds getting a good return to form in their performance. Only 2 elimination points, but those 12 placements makes it around 14. RTG, yeah, good game. But I really need to see more consistency, right? There can't be that volatility of one good game, one bad game, one good game, one bad game. It's just not going to be helping their confidence, their momentum, just everything else. I'm not too convinced, but I do see the strength in RTG for now. NASR getting 12, and once again, CONQUEROR with a double-digit performance. Out of 5 games today, they've had 4 results over 10 points. That's massive consistency from CONQUEROR.
And for CONQUEROR, they just need to keep that consistency, because it was the 3rd game in a row that Rico Infinity Esports Imperium, they fall down. And they fall down to 15th, only 1 point given over to them. And with these other teams that could be also contesting CONQUEROR, like YaLLa, like Falcons, like also 1Million with some of their results that they've had today, they also are all not getting the points to catch up. And as a result, this margin is just becoming almost unstoppable now to catch up with only 7 games to go.
Are we seeing Rico's biggest weakness? right in front of our eyes? Are they not able to deal with the pressure of the situation? You go back to PMGC, right? They definitely performed well, but I think maybe the pressure of the PMGC hurt them from pursuing further and making it into the into a further stage. Going even back towards the start of the year, I know it was overall a different experienced Rico Infinity team, but they were looking good in the regional finals EMEA at the spring split against the likes of Navi, but in the end they kind of crumbled, right? You know, this could be the biggest weakness from Rico, crumbling under pressure and not allowing themselves to really stay relaxed when it gets towards the mid part of these finals, where to an extent the points kind of matter the most between the first day and the last day.
Look, they've got to catch up. They've got now the pressure on them. If anything, the most pressure they've had all tournament, because they're not in first anymore. And they've got to get not only a good result, but they've got to get a banging result to be able to topple down CONQUEROR with what must be now at least around a 30-point margin over Rico Infinity. And also the pressure and Rico Infinity, not only about getting second, but because of the consecutive poor results Imperium, but now facing a possibility of even being pegged down further into third or below.
Exactly. Of course, CONQUEROR Rock will look at this and go, yeah, okay, you fight amongst yourselves. Fight over second. It's all good. We'll just get our consistent results. They started these finals with 3 chicken dinners. Technically, they don't need to win more games, right? They just need to stay consistent. And that's what they're doing in this day 2. It doesn't matter if they don't win another game. If they get third, fourth, 5th, 6 eliminations, 7 eliminations, right, time after time, that's enough. That's continuing the cushion, and that's going to continue to put pressure on the likes of Rico, who are looking at CONQUEROR going, how can we stop them? It gets into their heads. They live rent-free in the heads of the likes of Rico Infinity. The more consistent CONQUEROR are, that's the thing. That's why we really highlight the mentality of this level of competitiveness.
In as we check out those best opera moments, get to see exactly how it all came down. Another, though, I think, diabolical zone here, but it was a bit more subtle in its difficulty. Imperium on that hillside, consistently switching its direction.
We of course do need to point out that the circle ending was an uncommon area of the map. So there are certain dips, certain parts of the terrain in which teams might not be as familiar with, which made caressing into these circles come phase 4, phase 5 a little bit trickier. But then again, it's going to allow a lot of these teams to learn from this game, to learn from this situation and carry it forward in towards the second half of the 2022 esports year.
Look, it's all down now to Nigma. They've got to also ensure they keep this consistency going. Consistency with a capital K, keep in mind, is what we are still looking for with these 7 final games. And honestly, for Nigma, quite frankly, if they can keep this up, if they can have these results when they look like they're on fire, because when they do look good, they look so fantastic, Imperium. And it's when they look poor, it's when they start to lose the synergy, I think, in the team together. It's when Nigma look poor, it's when they don't look like that PMGC team we're supposed to see.
Yeah, of course, and that can definitely be the case with a lot of teams, but I suppose, once again, we kind of put a little bit more of a heavier weight on Nigma because of what they've shown us before.
Look, of course, if you also want to check out some rewards yourself, you can do so by going to the MENA Official Esports channel, Facebook and YouTube, and input the correct answer during the break and get a chance to win some permanent rewards for yourself. It's going to only be on today and tomorrow, so make sure you get in your answers and have a chance to win those beautiful looking guns indeed. Imperium, though, we're going to the most brutal map of it all next for our final deciding game for day 2. It's going to be over on Sanhok, and we'll see you guys there on the other side. Rumble in the jungle, baby, because there's one more Sanhok match here in the second day of finals at PMPL Arabia. But if you at home want to get a beautiful rumbling, a sweet device down below, it's the Opera 6 series. We've upgraded fun and upgraded performance, upgraded fun to celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Opera 6 series. The designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2022. Imperium, you know you want one, right?
Oh, yes, I do. And you know what? As soon as I get one, I can join in on the conversation using hashtag PMPL. Let us know. Follow us all on the channels in terms of YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and of course, TikTok. Let us know what you think of the PMPL Arabia Finals. Also, feel free to tag myself and Highland Wolf. Our Instagrams are down below. Do it. Go ahead. Let us know what you think.
Look, I know what I'm thinking. I want to see, as I said in my own Instagram, I want to see Rico Infinity Esports get back on board, because it's been 3 slow, quiet games through from them in CONQUEROR. They're loving it, because Imperium, they're getting more and more points as we come into our final match away, and they are running away with that first position.
They are indeed. Not going to spoil how much of a lead they have after 5 games today.
How sneaky of you.
But it is a decent amount. Well, look, you know, got to leave something to desire. You know, got to add a little bit of spiciness coming into this already very, very action-packed final game of the day. Teams are dropping down. The playing path, don't really mention it in Sanhok because of how small the map is.
Yeah.
KAMIKAZE gonna go pretty close to 1 million in around the cow tap mock area.
Only 4K by 4K, so wherever the playing path goes is gonna be okay for these teams. Although not okay here for Revolution. I was wondering if they are suffering any trauma from the rest of 1 million, just absolutely demolishing them in game number 3, and
Jesus.
the zone will not help them because it's gone all the way up to this northwestern island. Maybe this was a difficult game that we were searching for, Imperium?
Like, am I right in saying that the water, even cutting off the river, like not including the river, just to see is about 55% of this circle? That's a ridiculously northern phase 1, and it's a ridiculous battle inside ruins. We don't normally see a hot drop in that area.
A ridiculous fight through. It usually is here by Triple D and Rod, but it's Triple D who finish out Rod first, and it's them who come out on top here. But still, it's a fight in between now. Rod moving further down, Munir and Scythe waiting in the lines. If you also wanted to see on that screen a beautiful cash flow, you can open PUBG Mobile and go into the Esports Event Center and participate in the event to earn special items as much and as beautiful as these 2 eliminations that Triple D have already picked up.
It could still be turned around by Rad, to be perfectly honest. Highland Wolf, in around ruins, it can be quite volatile because of how kind of in cover and out of cover so quickly you are. There's not so much variable to play with, no kind of small dip. It's just absolute hard cover or no cover at all. Gates from Triple D does have the high ground advantage.
Triple D, Humam beginning now to reset in its Rod, who are holding in the wings, waiting for Humam to come further forward. Maybe waiting here for one to try step out, use the scout, use the information that we're trying to gather and take advantage of that in the 2v1.
Of course, nobody, or whoever should I say, kind of wins this battle isn't really going to gain that much outside of the elimination points, because the longer they leave it to engage, the harder it's going to be, and the longer they're leaving it to rotate in across the northern or northwestern island, and the likes of Stalwart could come in third party, maybe even Twisted Minds. So if you're going to close out this team fight and do something with it in a later stages of the game, it needs to be, in my opinion, Highland in the next kind of minute and a half.
Still, I think the Triple D have held off a brilliant performance. I mean, Rad, they usually the ones here that have their spot in ruins. Triple D just completely hot dropping over them rather than dropping around the edge of ruins, which is what usually Triple D do. Nade over by Satan, but they catch him out and it stops the nade from being used. That's crucial here. As Rad re-cook it back through. Triple D Scythe looking for the backwards angle though, however.
This is good from Rad. Great suppression. It makes it harder for Triple D to really push in. If I was Triple D, I would seriously just disengage at this stage of the game. We're 4.5 minutes in. Yeah, okay, we're still a minute away from the blue zone starting to close in. But like I said, with this phase on circle, they're giving over vital control on that northwest island. Stalwart UAE, you can see in the distance already moving ahead of them in this terrain. Just so silly from Triple D.
Yeah, I think they're Rad. Of course, they can't disengage. They worry that they can just be picked apart the moment they try to escape from ruins if they are heard to be escaping. So for them, it's understandable, right? They have to continue to fight. But Rad are doing it perfectly, as you say. They're slowing down Triple D so much to the point that even if Rad lose, they know for a fact Triple D are going to follow suit very quickly behind them because they are giving up so much time into this fight.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Just to highlight a couple of teams and where they are positioned in around this map. Dunak have the northwestern side of the northwestern island. Revolution still a 3-1 split between Hating and the high mountain side, with Halaji looking more towards the eastern side of the island, which I think is good. Even opting to go for a bit of a 2-2 split either side of the bridge. 1 minute have a 3-1 split, which I think is absolutely fantastic. While the teams down the southeast, they're taking their time moving into the edge of the circle.
Rad are still here. I mean, we are now 6 minutes in onto this game. If they still haven't moved, they still haven't been taken out. So as much as a beautiful initial push it was for Triple D, you bet they wish they would have just found Rad sooner. I mean, they are dancing. They are dancing and laughing here at Triple D. They don't need to go anywhere. Finally, they look for the push, but Munir is shut down. An angry guy, but it's 1-for-1 as Satan also finds a knock, but it's not an elimination. And the health bar is not there, only bandages. It's not enough. And Guy is able to shut away Rad for good.
Yeah, it was overall won by Triple D, but a lot of nade usage, a lot of utility overall wasted, and more importantly, time was wasted. Should I say Stalwart UAE have moved into the Northwest Island. One of the kind of priority, okay, not priority compounds, of course, but at least if you're coming in from the south, definitely a very initial strong compound to hold on to by Stalwart UAE. Right now, nobody is on the very top of the mountain in the Northwest Island. I don't get why Dunak didn't shift there as soon as phase 1 popped up. I think they missed a big opportunity to control this game. Will they react based on where phase 2 go? Will it be too late to react at that stage of the game?
It's an interesting thought, but it's certainly still Revolution who had that opportunity to, instead going down the mountain in onto YaLLa as they look towards the fight. They're trying to cover their backs, making sure that YaLLa won't be able to be behind them if they do go further forward. That nade was close, and had it landed, maybe it's a go for the rest of Revolution, but because it's not, I think with Revolution, rightly so, QHT just move back, ignore the fight, and do what Hero High and Rex are doing. Pressure YaLLa from above.
But also, YaLLa need to just be careful and not get tunnel vision by Revolution. Right now, I feel like they should both be kind of coexisting with each other. Because if YaLLa get too tunnel vision for too long, they're going to get stabbed in the back by not only Twisted Minds, but let's say phase 2 kind of shifts down south or even towards the northwest, and a team enters the Northwest Island from, let's say, the boot camp side. Right, that could see YaLLa punished and stabbed in the back. So I do worry in the next 4 to 5 minutes, and YaLLa really staying comfortably inside this game. We'll have to wait and see. CONQUEROR as well, still in the blue. You can see with the map, Falcons in around the blue down on the southeast side, while NASR slowly making their way into the edge of the circle.
Yeah, I don't think it's too much a concern, but it is going to be later a concern here in Imperium because they're not going to have the information that they will have compared to other teams. And because our zone goes increasingly further towards that northwestern island, not only does it become priority for, I think, Revolution and teams to maybe look now towards that mountain, but it does get worse to the point we just said about this information getting across because, more importantly, that position in the zone Imperium is cutting off, quite frankly, all of that main island apart from where 1 million are. So they are going to have to cross by the end of this phase 2 or else be on the very edge of that zone.
I still can't believe that nobody is on top of the mountain. I don't mind from Dunak. I kind of get it. And especially with the phase 2 shift, even though it has gone for the most part kind of down south. But still, Stalwart UAE could have pushed up or at least scouted that area. They haven't.
RTG, they are going to scout, unfortunately, a very angry Rico Infinity Esports as they will just be eliminated in 15th position beside Rad, trying to pressure from that northern side, but I think it wasn't done correctly. I think that you could see in the way that RTG were trying to pressure, they weren't really set up for that. They weren't trying to cover each other's backs, and as the zone closes out, they are just going to come in, Rico, and punish them.
Whoa, okay. Just something interesting to point out, I will, in a bit, is the lucky drop is available for all of you guys watching. Just simply go to the MENA official esports channels on Facebook and YouTube. Input the correct answer during the break after this game and get a chance to win permanent rewards. It's there. Take advantage of it. Watch, win. Everybody wins. You can't argue with it. But just wanted to highlight 963 going for a rotation. KAMIKAZE going for a rotation. Gotta straight out point out. Way too late. Way too late in the game to be pulling out rotations.
Look, I get it. I get the initial idea. They are trying to avoid these teams on the bridge, and they know that because they are so late into the game Imperium on this rotation, that this is practically the only option they have left. Or else be stuck potentially on phase 2, hoping it shifts back towards 1 million. There's reason behind it, but the entire rotation, I would agree with you, is just so late now, 12 minutes into the game, when we already know phase 2, almost in phase 3, is going to be on this northwestern island for sure.
It's worked for 963, and I'll give them props. It's not ideal timing, but it has worked for KAMIKAZE. Considering initially how close they even were to that area, there's absolutely no excuse for them not rotating earlier. It feels like it was more of an afterthought where they looked at that phase 2 shift and they thought, oh, we have no other option too late into this phase 2 blue zone closing in, and that worries me a little bit about KAMIKAZE and their mindset and their IGLing skills. It's just a bit of an observation as we're getting ready to move into phase number 3. Still nobody on top of the mountain. Will it shift down south on phase 3? Will we see another continued shift up north and a possibly high team finish? No, it does go down south. Well, have we swapped sides? Have we swapped? Have we Freaky Friday this where now you're the reasonable one?
I just want, like, the mountain to be used, okay? Like, this is what I was searching for. I just wanted to see the mountain in play. Because I agree 1000% with you, Imperium. I want to see a mountain finish. It can still be tricky. And okay, fair enough, it can still be difficult. Because if you are on that mountainside and you aren't fighting right now like Revolution and Ragnar, who quite frankly almost just 1v4'd, but there come the extra 2 to save it. you are going to be in a tricky position later on, trying to get in onto the zone. And it all depends at the mercy of where the zone shifts next, if you are going to be able to live. But not being in on the top of the mountain, hoping you can't distract me like this with these type of beautiful nades, okay?
Really well played by Hoping. Now Sanji is flanking around on towards the side, but he goes a little bit too deep, goes a little bit too blind, and plays the ultimate price. Highland Wolf, this is Hoping all on his lonesome. It is a 1v2, and the Revolution are going to come out on top.
But it was crucial that they didn't lose those other two members. So QHT can revive Rex, revive Smoker, Rico Infinity Esports stuck on the bridge, and this is why 963, this is why KAMIKAZE moved through the rotation, because you can see it's a slow approach through that bridge, and 1Million have been sat here the entire time.
I still can't believe nobody is on top of the mountain. That blows my mind. The smaller mountain is Revolutions, but the big mountain, nobody's on top of it. It's crazy.
I think just forgot. You know what is crazy to me? Is it we are in PMPL Arabia. This is supposed to be the region that goes onto the mountain. Instead of fighting here, Dunak and KAMIKAZE in the outside, and Dunak is winning the fight 1v4. Is Kante just doesn't care about going in, but finally, Arif, but finally, Kante naded by Aziz. Oh, it's all gone so wrong for KAMIKAZE.
Aziz is on his own on the side. Lovely nade, connects on the late, pumps him down to half health. This is outside the circle of this phase 3. The blue zone is getting closer to both of these teams, and technically the advantage is over to KAMIKAZE from a blue zone standpoint, but I can see that either side of this hill could be won or lost by both teams. That is staying prone down. Offman
on his own. The blue is only one way, and it's one ticket in onto death. Is there the elimination point is given, but it's a nade on back, and Da is there to surprise them. And he's going in for the solo play, but can he find it? Arif, he goes into the blue, but taking more damage, but taking more kills and more eliminations. Here is Arif, the only one left alive, but he's going for the elimination points. Da is to the zone to burn down the final of Dunak Esports. It is dark to survive with the duo here of Aziz still alive. He has not moved. He is chilling right now.
Interesting stuff.
The
next circle pops up, it shifts up north. Finally, a team has gone on top of the mountain. That is Stalwart. Fights breaking out outside in towards the edge of the blue. Nigma Galaxy lose a player or two at the hands of Falcon. Now Lord is going to get closer to them. It's going to be difficult to contend with. They're actually taking this fight in towards the blue, and it's going to be a double knock by Lord.
It's knock after knock. Is Nigma Galaxy finding the extra knocks, the eliminations in Falcons. They've been clipped on all of the 8 wings that they have in its last inside of the blue, to melting away slowly. But here comes Freak to clean him up and do him justice. Send him into the afterlife for day 3 as Nigma snipe up their 4 kills.
I love that little change from Nigma Galaxy. They rotated late and they lost a player going across the bridge, and instead of continuing forward, in which would have been a really tough position to enter, they turned around and they took that fight. Why? Because not only are they going to be able to take the utility away from the bodies of Falcons, but they're also still going to create a little bit of time to enter into the edge of the circle from that south side. So I really like that decision being made from Nigma. Plus, they pick up more points.
4 elimination points, 4 points on the overall rankings is what you're looking for. Stalwart, finally someone is taking up the hill, okay? Finally, Twisted Minds are also doing the same. But it's phase 4 and phase 5. Come on, guys. I wanted to see that mountain used up a little bit quicker for his strength. Stalwart taking on each side of his mountain is on the edge. 1 loss from Rico Infinity, 1 loss from KAMIKAZE inside of the blue. Is the zone begins to shift once more.
Nigma sent two of their players kind of in towards the southeastern edge of the circle as a Hail Mary play. Didn't quite work out. Would have preferred to have seen them take their time by the edge of the circle and then try and at least get a couple of eliminations, because that will help Lord with the heal strat as he's further down below. Rico are eliminated, and unfortunately another poor performance for Rico to end day 2 of the finals. Is the pressure getting to them? It certainly looks that way.
5 games in a row, Imperium. I mean, that sounds like the pressure is getting to them for sure. I mean, 5 disappointing results for Rico after what looked so fantastic, quite frankly, from their first day to actually level with a team who had 2 chicken dinners extra than them. The zone as well going to continue to move through away from the mountainside, actually, as it will not show the love to us, at least. This zone as phase 5 will actually show the love instead here to Revolution, and it's going to be this ravine that it comes off of this side, and a big now descent for these teams to get away.
Can't believe that circle shifting over towards the east. Revolution are going to be gifted. The Valley of Death is available for teams to rotate, and that from KAMIKAZE, the last player alive for his team, is going to look to take advantage of it. It's easier said than done to hold on to that Valley of Death, as Stalwart UAE are going to have to move up north down towards the Valley of Death, and Revolution pick up elimination after elimination.
It's 1 after 2 after 3 for Al-Hahe. He's trying to get them all. The zone with a help of Triple D takes away the rest. And unfortunately, 9-6-3, a disappointing comeuppance in our final game. Twisted Minds there follow suit, as Stalwart will be the ones to deliver the final blow and bank it all on his own. But he can't get down. He seems a little bit stuck here on the edge of his blue.
1,000,000. They've been somewhat quiet. They stuck to the mainland coastline for most of the game. They were able to at least pick one of the Rico Infinity players off from that position and then sent them back further down towards the coastline and the mainland. 1,000,000 themselves then played across the bridge, and they've been hanging on to the northeastern side of these circles ever since then.
Revolution losing though the control of the circle. Is shifted away from everyone entirely, as now it will shift over towards the south side. Revolution moving down into the open field. It's a brave, quick rotation, and they've almost catch out NASR, but they can't do the rest because it's 1,000,000 Esports from behind, 1-for-1. But Rex, he's only got the smoke to his name, and Mord will not find it. Rex will take down Mord and will at least find some position of safety. But now Zakaria throws a nade over the top. Will it land onto Rex? He moves out of the way, sidesteps into the blue to save himself. Triple D down in the background, but it's 1,000,000 who fall to NASR, and Revolution saved by the bell.
Oh, NASR there in the south to pick them off. We're down to 16s, but there are 2 teams healing off. That is Riva from CONQUEROR, and I believe Lord from Nigma Galaxy. Stalwart UAE. They've had a tough time in the final so far. They had a tough time towards the tail end of the PMPL League stage, but on the final game of day 2, they might be looking to grab themselves a bit of a chicken dinner, but Vankit is going to have to make his way down the mountain.
It's a long, long road. Stalwart, they got the 6-game chicken dinner yesterday. I don't think it's going to happen this time. Vankit seems a little bit too far out of the equation to do anything, really, to upset and steal away the chicken dinner. And with that extra damage onto the blue's going to finish him off. Hahe will suffer the same fate too. Back down with only 3 first aid. Kit to their name is NASR are looking darn pretty. 11 kills. They've got the zone. They've got everything they need. And it's only now in the solo here of KAMIKAZE who can't do anything to stop them. But Dark 1. That's what we were looking for from KAMIKAZE, to bring it to the 1-on-1. And it might not be over just yet.
Nobody else played through the Valley of Death. It was just that solo from KAMIKAZE. And that's what's allowed him to stay alive for so long. into the late stages of the game. Another nade thrown in the direction of NASR. Will that one connect? The revive is played out. NASR look to separate, but the blue zone is going to get another knock onto Ragnarok.
He's going to catch him as it finally a revive comes through. Dart should be pushing this. That's the second time that knock comes through. Maybe he's scared. There's also more players too, right? But there could also be more waiting in the wings. There's still 4 alive, so he doesn't know that there could be an extra third party also in this location. Snakes up towards the top side, has the angle if he can find one. Then he can find the second. Hassan caught away. Can he find the shots? Finally gets one, but Ragnarok not quick enough to dispatch away from both. Finally, the first aid kit's going to be used by Lord as he comes down to 3, but this is NASR's game to win, and NASR are going to take it comfortably with 12 kills.
A good way for NASR to close out the last game of the day. I will spoil their position coming into this final game. They were in 5th, so hopefully with that chicken, it'll push them closer up towards 4th and possibly even 3rd.
Look, NASR, it pushes them up. That's what they needed to establish themselves coming into this final day now. But you have to admit it's still a big performance through from Nigma too, who getting that 2nd place Imperium also in the same lines. They're moving away up towards Rico Infinity Esports with their pro performance. Maybe now moving themselves into 2nd.
I definitely, if it wasn't before that, it's 100% now into 2nd place because Rico, they went out very early and like we said, 5 games in a row with a poor performance. While other teams around them, they strive, they survive. CONQUEROR, it wasn't quite double digits, but still an 8-point game for them to close out day 2 of the finals. A comfortable push as they hold on to the top spot, most likely.
And Revolution KAMIKAZE to getting those 15, those 14 points, bringing him back in. I think for KAMIKAZE, it's been a great game. A great day for them, sorry, should I say, between the 2 games of this one and also game 4. Definitely the second half looking like KAMIKAZE finally brings some life, but is it too late to get high enough in that leaderboard to earn anything meaningful by the end of tomorrow's games? We're going to have to keep that consistency. Nose looks like what we saw on game 4 and 6 back through in tomorrow's matches to ONEMILLION and Stalwart there bring up the rear of our first page of teams. But as we move on to our second page, Imperium, as we said, Rico Infinity at least getting themselves 6, but it's not good enough.
And yeah, like RTG, you know, last game, they got themselves 2nd place and 16 points in total. But in game 4, they got themselves 0 points. And in this game, they got themselves 0 points. There's just no stability from RTG at the moment. And it's really hard to see that happen. Yeah, okay. Not every game is going to go your way, but you got to be able to extract something. The best teams will always have some good consistency around what they consider poor results, right? Where they still get 67 points. It was a better game than it looked from Rico with a total of 6 points, but definitely not what we can expect. And that's where it might still help to keep Rico in with the fight of the top 3.
But only about an average of 10 or so points through those 5 games of Imperium, so it ain't looking very great from them. Only overall standings of things, they haven't moved far. I think for RTG, to emphasize your point, they even got that chicken doing in the 3rd game, but as we check through onto those overall rankings, Nigma Galaxy, their 2nd position, NASR in 3rd, and Rico knocked out further to 4th position. Is honestly, those leaderboards are looking a lot closer than I thought they would have at the end of the 2nd day.
So as much as I'm kind of sad to see Rico fall down, it does now become a 4-way fight. Because CONQUEROR, on a side note, a hell of a game. A hell of a day, should I say. Like, they've got 1 point in one game, then followed by kind of a 19, 12, 13, 10, and an 8. point game. That's ridiculously consistent across 6 games. You really can't argue with that, right? But it does show how close the lobby is, because they're still only 25 points behind Nigma Galaxy, right? Who are only 9 points ahead of NASR, who are only 4 points ahead of Rico Infinity. This is a 4-way battle coming into day 3 of the finals. This is what I wanted to see.
And a 12.9 point average per game here from CONQUEROR. We're at 155 points.
Good.
It is very, very good indeed. And also, you could even argue that with one good game, Fruth and Twisted Minds, Falcons, 1 million, who are all very close there to Rico, they could also, with a great day tomorrow, maybe a 70-point or so game, a day, so should I say, we've seen it before through 6 matches, they could also shoot themselves to a point where they can also challenge that top line. Maybe not to CONQUEROR, but they can at least challenge those other teams down below them. And I think for YaLLa, it's been a surprise more so for them to drop down to 8. They were in 3rd starting today.
Yeah, I agree. It feels like at times they prioritize eliminations rather than maybe controlling these circles, and that's force them to go out earlier than they would like in a lot of these games. Moving on to the second half of the standings, it's still very close between a lot of these teams. Revolution ended the day on a bit of a positive note, does put them in 9th place. But KAMIKAZE, you highlighted them. They had a very positive day overall, ending up in 10th. Still between them and 16th, there is still only 27 points dividing 9th and 16th. That's really nothing, and despite the volatility of RTG's performances, they are still 13th overall.
Yeah, I think also it's been a very disappointing day through from DDD Esports, Stalwart and Dunak, who, despite Stalwart's position in that last game, all of them 14, 15, 16, they can need a hell of a performance, in your words, to get up there on the leaderboard in this final day. We've seen it already through some of our teams in that top half of the leaderboard so far through today's games, but it's gonna need to be a very pressure-filled day, full of great results for these teams at the bottom to even remotely challenge the near top of this leaderboard. Not even the top, I think, is questionable anymore for them.
Yeah, it's really about kind of settling your expectations and just try and kind of to an extent perform better than the team above you and the team below you, right? And just kind of take it game by game. Again, we need to highlight that there are going to be a number of regional final spots up for grabs. We don't know for sure how many, but that is and should factor into how these teams are performing outside of the prize pool and what they're really looking to do in the final 6 games of PMPL Arabia. Just to echo what I already said, it's so good to see that it's become a top 4 battle, and I'd love to see Twisted Minds join in on that. Maybe the top 4 teams start the final day with a bit of a poor performance, and then Twisted Minds have a 20-25 point game. That would certainly be something that I would love to see.
Look, if it turns into a 5-6-way battle, it only makes for more entertainment, but we've got 6 games left tomorrow. Same time, same place. Zute and yourself and Pyram are going to be joining for all the action and to see who will be crowned the champion of PMPL Arabia Spring Split 2022.